this virtual world. We're winning team. Game over. Press play, let the chaos begin. Game over, rewind, let the memories spin. Game Junction, where we find our escape. Let the crunch take over and our souls reshape. Lost in the pixels, a world turned cold. In the Game Junction, where stories unfold. Bronze melodies, distorted loud. A podcast of games, we gather a crowd.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Game Junction Podcast. Here with episode 86. For our live viewers, truly apologize. We had a bunch of issues tonight, so it's been trying to get everything working tonight. Apparently, testing our patience and my goodness, how's it going over there, Mark?
Feel like a Friday pretty much.
It doesn't feel like
Hectic
a
week.
Friday.
Feels like it's gonna be a short weekend. It's gonna be hectic next week. Just trying to survive at this point, pretty much.
I can relate. I can relate. Yeah, it's been a heck of a evening, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Goodness. Yeah, so I guess we'll just go ahead and jump right into it. We've got so it's kind of all over the place this week. I think obviously the biggest thing is the state of play happened. Whether you think that was big or not, it's up to you. You know,
Yeah, fair enough.
it's up to the watcher of the said event. But
Potentially a bit underwhelming.
yeah, it could have been a little underwhelming, but there was, I would say, one big cool thing. I mean, there was, they showed stuff for like Monster Hunter Wilds, like we got to actually see some real gameplay and stuff. So for fans of that, obviously, it's a massive series now. That was cool to get to see that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so there's that. Xbox announced or put a post up, kind of like a little weird. They kind of like dunked on themselves a little bit, talking about Xbox Game Showcase coming up, and we're going to be talking. You got another anime this week. I've got another retro game spotlight. I still have to get our notes here, but yeah, I think I think we'll just go ahead and jump into it. So we got
Yeah, definitely.
God of War Ragnarok is heading to PC, which I like obviously is kind of a big deal for PC gamers that might not have a
Yeah, it is.
PS5 and stuff like that, and so we'll have DLSS and ultra wide support, but PSN is
Big news.
required.
Yeah, so I guess when I saw this and I've kind of seen the reaction, had two main reactions. One, at least they're kind of being upfront with a PSN account, which is kind of great, but also I get it with Ghost of Tsushima where you want if it's multiplayer, so you kind of want it on your server a little bit, even though it's not really necessary, but this is a single
Yeah.
player game. Like you don't why do you need a PSN account to play an offline game essentially? Like that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. This is single player only. I mean, there is no multiplayer aspect to this, so that is
Like I feel like if they're going to stick to this it's just going to be nothing but negative for Sony. Like yeah, some people might have a PSN account, but how many players are going to actually want to just create a PlayStation Network account to play this game?
right.
I think it's going to backfire. It's only going to hurt your sales moving forward. I think this is just a bad decision by Sony.
Yeah, it seemed I don't know what they're thinking. Like the only thing that can go through my head when I saw this immediately, I was like, because it was immediate. Like I'm talking 15
Yeah.
minutes after like the event, Wario 64's account had up, "Oh, hey guys, letting you know in case you didn't see on the website right after this event, it actually requires PSN logins." So that's why we know. And I was shocked, but I wasn't. I was like, how the backlash on these other games and you didn't learn, and this is single player only, so this might be like the worst
Yeah, it's
offender
like it
of
doesn't
it. It makes no
quite
sense.
literally yeah, it makes no sense. Like I get it. This is what you want. That way, if you can ban people and they don't play any of your games, which I still think is stupid, but
Well,
it still feels like a mixture of we want to be able to punish you off our platform if you don't follow our rules, even though you're not on a Sony platform, you're just playing one of our games. But
mhm.
as well as like, hey, we were just boost numbers for
That's
shareholders
that's w-
artificially,
that's what I was thinking. It's just the numbers. I think
or a
it's
mixture of both. But I don't know. I feel like this is gonna backfire because people are gonna see that and be like, okay, so I'm just not gonna get this period. Like, why bother? I don't want to log in, and this
well,
is
can you
this is
blame them?
pointless.
Yeah, I
No,
wouldn't. I mean, those couple of features I would say are not worth. I just think it's silly. I mean, if you're a PC only gamer, right? Like
yeah,
you have all rights to be angry. And like if you're there's people I know that like they have a PS5 but they like the game enough to want to buy it on PC to play it with, a better rig and stuff. So people that want to
yeah.
replay, like they'll rebuy, like, these uh what do they call them? Sony ponies? The Sony ponies
How about
will
that?
they'll buy
Sony
them.
ponies, Sony fanboy.
Yeah, whatever fanboy will buy it again. So Um, I feel like they're massively hurting themselves here. I think it's
Yeah,
crazy to me.
I don't think they're gonna get the. It's gonna benefit them the way they think it is. Because while you don't necessarily have the outrage like you did with Helldivers 2, rightfully so, I just think people are just gonna bow out and be like, I'm just not interested. Like this PSN at that point, yeah, you have the argument like it's not that big of an issue. I'm like, no, it's not. It's real quick and easy. Assuming you live in a country where you can do this, this just
Yeah,
means what 170 countries aren't
yeah,
going to be able to play this game at all because uh, I don't know, about to say Discord. That's the wrong answer. Steam's not going to put it on there if you can't make it a PSN account on it. It's not even going to be listed on there. So by default, like only a handful of countries actually even get to play these games now. Like this just doesn't make any sense
it's
because
just
until you make a change, Steam's not going to. That's the biggest platform when it comes to PC gaming. So
yeah,
I just think
it
this is
is.
I'm just confused on why they feel like they have to push this. I feel like it's only going to hurt their sales with their games moving forward.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I can't defend either of these companies anymore. Like I'm at the point, where like what is going on? Like this is absolute garbage, and I'm usually the guy that's being, a little more um like, oh, maybe they have, a reason for this, or like something's going on that like we don't know
Yeah,
about, so maybe it's not so bad and stuff like it. They're trying to be positive about it, because there's so much negativity out there. But like I'm at the point where I'm like, where can you be positive about anything that either of these companies are doing? Meanwhile, Nintendo's just over here in their corner just chilling and doing their thing, and it works. Paper Mario came out, it sold gangbusters. That's all I've seen people talking about. Um, up until this event, like people all week just Paper Mario, and like I think the launch of that went really well. And like I feel like they're doing it right. They're doing their own thing. They're playing by their own rules, but like they're not making people angry the way that these companies are right now. And it's a big deal because I mean, like you're talking about shareholders. This is going to affect what they don't understand is they're affecting that shareholder count by doing this. Well, I feel like
yeah.
it doesn't take somebody that smart, because I'm not very smart to realize um you're doing the exact opposite of what you're trying to do. Well, there's like a word for it I'm thinking of. Um I don't know what it is, but I just think it's crazy. And then they've got the newly appointed co CEO. Herman Holst, which he was one of the guys that was talking at the business meeting. So he was the one talking to the investors. And like, Jim Ryan just got out of there. Like he's only, he's fresh out of PlayStation, like a month. He's only been out for like a month, maybe 2 months,
Yeah.
but it's not been long. So this guy, this guy's new and heading in there. He's a younger guy, I believe. Um, People were, like, oh, this is gonna be great because Jim Ryan was like burning it to the ground. Well, this seems worse. This seems, I just don't even know what to say. I mean, and then Horizon Zero Dawn was not that way, correct? Horizon wasn't. Ratchet and
I think you
Clank
had the
wasn't.
option, but yeah, because I got Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West, and you don't have to connect it. But those are single player offline games. There's no network
So is
reason why you
this.
need to connect it.
I
Yeah, so
mean,
I don't know.
this does have an online aspect in that there is DLC for the game now. It has that whole new like Souls like roguelike mode, whatever. Um,
Yeah.
so like there is an online aspect in that way. Plus there's like stuff you can buy for skins and crap like that. Um, so I don't know, man. I don't know. What would you think about the Kingdom Hearts games going to Steam?
I thought it was a good decision. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts fan. I've never played any of those games. So I'm kind of like wholeheartedly indifferent when it comes to that, but I know they're really popular games. I know growing up they were really, really big games, like especially 1 and 2, and then when
Yeah.
3 finally came out, it broke the internet. So I'm sure it's good you're hitting another market, but I'm sure they'll do well. I just don't really
I,
have an
it
opinion one way or the other on
it
them.
it seems like from just a little bit I've seen that yeah, this was like a really good decision to drop these kind of all at
Yeah.
once, and we know that another mainline Kingdom Hearts game is coming out or being like worked on. We know it's going to happen.
Yeah,
Um
it's just too big of a series to let fade.
yeah, and like, what's funny about Kingdom Hearts series, it's really interesting. You talk about a convoluted, confusing timeline.
Oh
Excuse
yeah.
me. This this series had in between 2 and 3 like 12 different spin-offs in between 2 and 3. There was such a long gap in between. There's so many spin-offs that came out. There was a spin-off that was like all of these were canon to the story too. There was like a game called Kingdom Heart Coded that came out on Japanese mobile phones and not like smartphones, like right before that, like mobile phones. And then Kingdom Heart Recoded came out, which was a remake of Coded for the mobile phones, but then it was for the DS. And like, that series, if you like don't have to play it, kind of like you did with Zelda, it's very interesting to listen to a deep dive. There's a guy that has a video out there that kind of covers everything because there were two games I hadn't played. I've since played them, but there were two games I hadn't played. So I was like, what happened here that I'm getting like kind of confused on what's happening now with this. So like I went through and listened to that whole video. I want to say that was the week that Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. So I like went back through it and like was getting refreshed on the story and everything because it had been so long. And I was like, man, I forgot there were so many games that came out in between the two numbered games, like so many. And funny enough, my favorite is one of the spinoffs. My two favorites are spinoffs, and then it goes 2 and 1. So it's very interesting. Yeah, if you ever get interested, a deep dive on that series is pretty cool, I would say.
Yeah. The only thing I
Um,
really know about that is those of you that don't know, or if you don't watch
what Game
Hololive or any
Junction?
VTubers. No, it's like a VTuber. It's like a fan made clip. They
Here
clip
we
up the
go
audio and made
again.
like their own animation. But it was like an issue of the clip between the Hololive's VTubers between Gargura and Ina, where Gura called Ina kind of like she called her on Discord for some prank or whatever they were doing. Be like, hey, have you met our Lord and
Are these
Savior Light
streamers
McQueen?
or what?
Yeah, they're live streamers,
Are that
VTubers
you
live
just
streamers.
said you
A lot
don't
of it,
watch live streams?
I don't. I watch their clips.
Oh,
But all the most of what they do is live stream stuff. But essentially, Gura was Discord calling Ina, asking her like, "Hey, do you want to? Are you interested in our Lord and Savior Lightning McQueen?" yada yada yada, and then she makes
Wait, did you
a
just
joke
say
like,
Lightning McQueen?
yeah,
What's the
I don't know, it's just funny. But then Ina is pretty much like, what about Kingdom Hearts? Is he in Kingdom Hearts? And he was like all flabbergasted. He's
Oh
like,
my
no, no,
god.
thank you. But the actual video, she's like dressed up as like Mickey Mouse and something like that. I don't know. It was really stupid. It's like a 2 minute long little video type thing, but that was funny. It's just like the most recent thing that I know of that's like Kingdom Hearts. Somewhat relevant if you're into the whole VTuber type thing. But sorry, I just had to mention that since you brought up Kingdom
No,
Hearts.
no, you're good. I've tried just because you like that stuff, so I've like tried, and I literally all the ones I pulled up, I absolutely cannot stand any of their voices. For I think I
I don't remember
listened
which ones
like
you
three.
watched.
I don't know. I just typed it in, and like was throwing something in the background, like I always, if
Was it like a like VTuber or
yeah, it
specifically?
was like
Because
a
I really only
compilation of funny moments or
it
something
might
from
be.
VTubers, and
I
then
mainly really only watch the Whole Live talent, specifically the ones I really, for the most part, care for. There's a few here and there. I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers out there. There's only like a handful that I actually like. But I don't know. It's like a rabbit hole. Like if you go down it, you eventually get sucked into it. But I mean, if you're just not into it, you're just not into it. It's the whole concept started was around 2019 uh, with the whole idea of I want to live stream, but some level of it's a mixture of some level of privacy for yourself because nobody really knows who you are, what you look like, or some do, some don't,
a little
as well
weird.
as to some degree it's also kind of like a like a character, like an avatar, like you're acting this character for entertainment purposes, but that's it's disconnected from you personally. Instead of it being like a live stream or something like this where we're just talking, it's just you and me. The idea with and not everyone's like this, but some people with the VTuber, it's kind of like you're kind of acting out a different persona type thing.
Yeah,
Because there are times people do certain things where it's like it's probably not realistic to you. This is just an entertaining thing to look at and to watch. But obviously, everyone's different.
well,
Some people
everybody.
love it, some people don't like it. I don't know.
Are you on the camp of loving it?
Probably a little bit more, yeah. Because at least
Mhm.
on my YouTube specifically, on the YouTube Shorts, like half my feed is just filled with uh, they call it what's it, Fuamoko. They're a Hololive English talent. It's like two twins, so they're like twin dogs or something like that. It's like part of their whole persona and stuff. So I think it's like a mixture of like cute slash funny. I don't know. That's just me.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some more of it I need to watch or something. What are your thoughts on it's called Concorded, right? Or is it Concord?
Concorded.
Is it Concord or Concorded? Oh, Concord. Yeah, it's just called Concord.
I'm a little confused. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
That got announced the state of play. You were just talking about it
Oh,
before.
yet kinda. I have to pull some.
It's another PvP game. I mean,
Yeah, I think I
what
heard
can
it
you
is
say?
like a Valorant or something. I didn't say anything because I heard people talking about it, and that was one of the games they brought up where people were memeing that as with a bunch of stuff as it was the whole DEI state of play essentially that felt like
We- Yeah.
that whole it just felt like it was forced into a lot of these games, and that one was definitely brought up as one. I'm trying to remember who I was actually watching that actually made that comment initially because it definitely caught me off guard. I was kind of
Well,
like, I don't know, let me listen, see what's going on.
here's the other thing that's also not being talked about. What's odd about this, and I actually I just thought about this. So we just got an announcement. So this literally says Overwatch meets Guardians of the Galaxy, and I'm watching the trailer, and that's exactly what it does look like. We just got the announcement just a few days ago that we're getting a Star Wars PvP game that is an Overwatch clone to a T, and we're also getting the Marvel game at the same time, Marvel Heroes, which is a PvP Overwatch clone. All this announced for PlayStation in like a week. I mean, we knew about Marvel Heroes for a little while now. We're like, everybody's kind of disregarding it. It's another PvP shooter, arena shooter. It's Overwatch. It's literally a clone. I think that the Star Wars one looks like a clone to a T the most. Like it really just looks like
Oh
straight
yeah.
up Overwatch with skins thrown on. So we got
Yeah.
the Star Wars game announcement. We got the Marvel PvP. These are all PvP arena shooters coming out, all announced. Are these companies not learning that there are the games that are doing it well and people are good with that, and all these other games fail every time? These online only multiplayer games where you're trying to get people to buy the skins, and I mean, like, how long is somebody going to stay attached to, Marvel Heroes or whatever what's the Star Wars one even called? I don't even remember what it's called. Um, but that one came out of nowhere. I didn't even know anything about it. I know I
Yeah.
sent you the Twitter link. I was like, what is this? I was like,
I think I looked at it for a second. But hey, I didn't want to get too far off topic, but I was we were talking earlier for that Concord game. I was watching Yellow Flash earlier in the day, and he was talking about it because apparently under the character select scene, they do give all the characters like essentially pronouns. You know how what they
yeah,
identify as or something like that.
yeah.
That was like the one of the big things. Obviously, it's just based off like certain screenshots, but that's why at least some people were attacking the game. They're like, "Oh, this is just based off this. I can obviously tell like
What
who
they're
helped wrote it and
catering.
all that stuff. Yeah, who they're catering to, type thing."
Yeah, that's disappointing, but it's not surprising at all. I thought we were getting better with that stuff.
From
I
what I
thought
saw, like
people were
that,
getting some sense, into them over
I don't think
that.
that's gonna have the big thing. But based off what I also saw, it looked more like a. I keep thinking of, like the wrong game. Oh, I'm having a huge brain fart right now. This is killing me.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're. So I'm like triple tasking while we're doing this. So I apologize.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. I had it on the tip of my tongue and I immediately lost it. I was trying to pull up the actual game.
Well, Mark,
It's
you're
a multiplayer.
boring.
It's a multiplayer. It's a multiplayer hero game. I'm just blanking on it all of a sudden. I don't know. I can't think of the actual
Over.
name.
You said Valorant
Over.
earlier.
It's
Over.
Overwatch. Is it?
Yeah,
No. Yeah, it's Overwatch.
Overwatch is the
Overwatch
big
2.
one. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't think of that game for
I just said it like
finding.
15 times.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
It's embarrassing.
we're
But
getting
it looked
old.
like essentially, yeah, it's the whole let's clone. It's obviously not going to work type thing.
No,
But
it's okay. Here's the thing: there's two Disney ones coming, Star Wars and Marvel. Why?
which I think are going to flop.
Those
I
are
think all these games
those
are
are
going to flop. It's
100% going to flop. 100%. There's no doubt in my mind these games are going to flop. I don't understand. Overwatch is doing it well. Valorant has a fan base, and the only other one I can think of is that Switch one. It's called like War something that actually know quite a few people play.
you
Um,
said War. I thought
it's
of
like
Warzone, but that's
no,
obviously
it's
not
not
it.
Warzone. It's like it's like a free game on the Switch. It's been out since launch. I don't know. I know people that play that like personally. So there's like these real like a niche of a niche sort of thing. Like there are a few people that play. They're not going to have
Yeah,
enough concurrent viewers players playing these games. It's going to be one of those things where we're talking about it. What was the embarrassing thing for DC's game that stupid thing we saw, and there was like only 120 people, and it was out for less than a month. We saw the
oh
numbers
yeah,
on it, and I'm like, oh man, this is bad. Like this is worse
really
than
bad.
I thought it was gonna be. Um, so I think it's stupid. Like we don't need it. That's my opinion, but I think it's unnecessary, and these games are what are causing the issues for the industry because these companies can't get it through their skull that what
Nah, man,
just who
they're
are
just
you.
too entrenched. Like the ideology matters.
I, I mean, at this point, like this just comes down to the online multiplayer only games getting more
It's
devotion than
just
like an actual game that they can sell to these people, and where it seems like a worthwhile transaction for my
yeah.
time and your time.
This is just the standard. This is what's hot right now. So let's make every game look
But it's
just like
not.
this type of thing.
It's not hot though. That's the thing. It's causing these studios to close, and then I know we totally don't have it in the notes because we don't have notes filled out. And actually, a lot happened this week. I'm getting a few things running through my head, and I can't quite grasp the company's names, just what happened. One of the companies that went independent, and I can't think of who it was. I'm gonna try to find out, but one of the companies went independent. We're like, yeah, let's go. Like this is one of the first to go independent and leave. These big studios just went and got bought up by Sony. And then Nintendo bought one. But what's interesting about that
Yeah.
one is it's not quite the same deal because this company is a company that ports all of those kind of like impossible ports over. Like they've done all those big ports over to the Switch. So they're
Yeah.
like the porting company, right? Like that's what they
Yeah, so it's
do.
not like they were actually doing anything. They were already essentially
Yeah.
working exclusively with Nintendo. It just made sense.
Yeah, that's what they were
Probably for
doing.
them.
Yeah, I feel like that one made sense and that one was kind of okay, and that company may have like legitimately needed it to survive, so that could have
Yeah.
made sense. But whatever company it was this week, and I can't think of the name for some reason, it's on the tip of my tongue, went independent for like a couple months and then got bought up by the opposing team. um
Yeah.
that's just,
I don't
it's
know who made those
crazy.
decisions and stuff like that.
So
I
what
guess
else we got for this state of play? We got
so we
there's
got
quite
a
a
new
bit.
yeah, no, so we got a new Dynasty Warriors Origins announced. It's supposed to be coming out sometime next year.
I saw that. It
What'd you think of
looks
that?
I thought it looked good. I thought it looked good. I'm kind of, I said this because I put up some polls and stuff about some of the stuff, and this is one that was not getting talked about. I saw no discussion on this game really. It kind of got overlooked. And I was like, I think this, along with one of the other ones we're going to talk about, were a couple of the better things to come out of this. And this is a game we didn't know anything about. But
Yeah.
I have stated, and I said it, I was on Nintendo Prime's podcast the other day, and I actually said it there. We were guessing about Nintendo Switch 2 launch games and like if there's anything else that's going to come out before then that's not announced. And like one of the things that was brought up and as people have thought was going to come for a while is that we were going to get a Xenoblade Warriors game um tied to the Xenoblade series, like we got the Hyrule Warriors and then the Fire Emblem Warriors. People think that we're going to get a Xenoblade Warriors game that could fill in some story. um and I said I'm kind of burnt out on the Warriors games. And like, I like them. I go way back, pat before even the Gundam Warriors games and stuff like that, like 1 and 2. Like, I go long back with the series and I like it. It's just that 1 versus 100 thing, like I feel like it gets played out pretty quick when I get into the games. Like Hyrule Warriors,
It's like a
only thing that kept
it's
me
like
going
it's
on was the Zelda story. That was it. Like if it
yeah,
weren't for
that's
that.
like the Warriors games as a whole. They're always whether it's, Zelda, the Dynasty Warriors, it's a Gundam Warriors, they're hack and slash type games. I don't know if they're gonna do anything new with it, but that's the standard formula for these games. It's just hack and slash, feel like a badass, mow down like hundreds of enemies and stuff like that. I think the challenge at times comes with
Enemies on
the potential
screen.
difficulty of like you have to kill or kill X amount of enemies by this time, or you have to defend certain things. So there's yeah, the hack and slash itself can kind of get boring. There's different combos, but I've played some games where it's like the what you need to do could potentially be challenging, especially if you're on a really tight time limit or you need to you're kind of getting overrun and stuff like that, which I think is really one of the few things that potentially can make it challenging. But outside of that, huh?
You said that something about can't hear. Can't hear me?
I, that was a while ago. Like I'm
I
so
I
confused why you messaged me that. Like I don't
I
know what's
haven't
going
been
on.
logged in. I was logged out. Sorry, guys, audio listeners. um, no, yeah, that's the whole concept of this. And this looks good though. Like this, like legitimately looks good. But I feel like here's the thing about these games is that like, and even going back to like the PS2 Gundam games, the very first ones, the problem always was, and like the PS5 can handle it because the Switch can, but the problem becomes how good does it look when there are 150 enemies on screen, because those are all resources that take up the use of that system, man. And you see it
Yeah,
on the Switch. It shows when you got 100 they're
I think
enemies.
that's just the Switch
Well,
itself. The hardware
it's
can't
not
handle it.
just a Switch. This is a long running problem with the series going way back. Like that was always like the problem they're trying to solve. And I'm not saying like those games still playable, fine. Like I didn't really hear people complaining about that. And it was really just those intense moments where the slow down with the Switch, like those were pretty um
I can
other
hardly ever
not
remember them.
not even like super well, I mean there's been two Fire Emblems and I bought all three versions
Oh,
of the
I
Hyrule
didn't play any of those
Warrior
games.
of Hyrule Warriors Plus. Then I got Hyrule Warriors sequel. So I got Hyrule Warriors. I think it was called Legends, which basically just had a bunch of DLC packed into the 3DS. So the 3DS was able to play this game and run it fine. That's how I
Yeah.
played that game first. Then I went back and played the Wii U version, but then I bought it again on Switch for the complete edition. And then Age of Calamity came out, so it got its sequel. And I've also bought both Fire Emblem games, and the first one I bought twice because it was on Wii U and Switch. So that's where I'm kind of with the burnout of the series. I have played every single one of the Nintendo releases that have came out for those, which has been quite a few. And if we get a Xenoblade Warriors, which I can see it because Xenoblade is such a big seller for Nintendo now. It's such a massive series. I can't like overstate how well Xenoblade is doing now, and it's like incredible because before it was a game on the Wii that was like stuck in Japan that was people were running petitions to get brought over here. Operation Rainfall. I don't know if you remember that, but that was for there's three Wii RPGs.
Yeah.
So I've talked about it
It's very-
before.
No, no, I remember you talking about it.
Yeah. So and went off on a tangent there. All right, so here was the
Just a little
one
bit.
that I thought you would be interested in, and I was like, this is a Mark game. Infinity Nikki. Did you see that game? This one is
It's
interesting.
not one that grabbed me. When I
Really,
first.
it just looks like a Mark game. Like it looks like something that you would play, and like you can dress up the character, and
It
um,
looks a little too cutesy for me. This looks more like a
it's a new open world.
Like the Asian version of Barbie.
That well, kind. Ah, I don't want to say that because it sounds like derogatory when you're saying it like that. It
I mean,
kind
I'm
of
just saying
does,
that's what I think
but you
of.
get to like dress up your character and stuff. So like I thought of you right away
Oh,
for
okay.
this game.
So because I like the costumes in Stellar Blade, all of a sudden any costume is
You
leads
got
my
it.
eye. What you're saying?
You got it.
I don't know. Her cleavage looks a little small. I don't even know if she's 18, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But
Oh man. Uh,
I don't know. I've seen some weird posts on social media before. So those dogs or
some
whatever these animals are. So
I don't know, but we got another Souls-like game coming, and that's Ballad of Antara. I think I'm saying that right, but I'm not 100% sure. This game it looks fine. I just we didn't get to see we got like a minute and a half sort of footage, and it looks good, but I don't know what the heck it's supposed to be exactly because like the trailer we
the
got is kind of
trailer.
all over the place, but it looks like visually it looks really good. Like it looks like Final Fantasy characters to me. Like it looks like a it almost reminds me of Final Fantasy 16 and just in the design aspect. Like it looks really good. But apparently it's another Souls-like game. I mean comparable to, obviously like Stellar Blade and stuff like that. But it's Tip Works Studio, and it says fantasy action game. Um, it says but it looks like the combat looks slick and very Souls-like, and it says it looks like that. We don't necessarily know the gameplay is like that, but it's very popular. Souls-like, everything's going Souls-like now. It seems like. But
Yeah, I mean, if it depends. If it's
I
not like
don't.
Stellar Blade, I think it'll be fine. But that's not like the brutally hard, difficult version of a Souls-like game.
No, Stellar Blade, from what I understand, is like pretty easy.
Early on, it might be a challenge if you're not used to it, and obviously you have less abilities, so the game's just a little bit more difficult. But once you get decently into it, really only the bosses might give you a struggle here or there. But once you kind of learn like what you do well, how to beat them, kind of their attack patterns and stuff like that. You kind of get used to it. But outside like the bosses, maybe the first time, it's not really that much of a challenge once you get into the game, which I think is fine for me. It's not like it's a super high barrier to enter.
No.
But if you want that really challenge, obviously there's like a hard mode, but it's not gonna be like the hardest game out there.
Play Demon Souls, man, you'll be like, "Ooh, I don't know if it gets much harder than this." That game is
I tried playing Dark Souls 1
brutally
because
difficult.
I
Oh,
got
this
it for
is
free.
it's just harder. The
I got
harder.
I got an hour to it. I got lost. It was brutally difficult. Didn't know what I was supposed to do, and I just dropped it
Well,
straight
Demon
up. I was like,
Souls
nah,
is
it's
the
not for me.
predecessor to that. So imagine that combat not quite as refined and more difficult than that. Because I think it's definitely, I got way further in Dark Souls 1. I have not beat any of them. I've been very open in saying I bought every single one of them, beat none of them. And all of them around launch. The first one I didn't get at launch because I didn't know what it was at first, but I got it a few months after. But after that, I got the other ones at launch. Dark Souls 2, I think I got the furthest on, but they're difficult, man. We also got we did get some PSVR2 content. I was like we better get something in there. We got basically what looks to me like an Elder Scrolls game in VR. I mean, it's from the developers of that Saints and Sinners game, the Walking Dead game that people really like. So like that gives me a little hope there, but it's called Skydance's Behemoth. And it reminds me of, I guess, like Skyrim meets, I don't know, there's a giant Colossus type monster there. So you what'd you think? What visually it doesn't look that great, but it is a VR game, so like if gameplay's there, I don't care. Right?
I don't have the PSVR2. I don't know. I'm just not a big VR fan personally. I'm like, it looks fine. I'm
You're
sure
waiting
somebody will
for
enjoy it.
Sword Art Online VR.
Yeah, until I can like actually be fully immersed in it,
Get stuck in
which
it.
I don't think is ever gonna actually happen. Like I think it's just too much of a gimmick, really. At the end of the
Oh
day,
man,
So I just,
with AI, it's going to happen, man. I'm telling you. I'm
I,
a little off topic, but let me tell you about this thing that there was just a TED talk for it, and I watched clips of it. Because I was listening to the last Joe Rogan episode, and they were talking about it there, so I was like, I want to dive into this a little bit more. There is this company, and they had I don't know why they had a TED talk for basically a product, but where it could be their service, but they have this AI tool where essentially you're wearing an earbud. It's translating everything real time, but what this thing is doing is it can isolate anything in a building. You can hear people talking at another table, their private conversation, and what is being said translated to your own language. So if you're at the
Freaky.
Chinese restaurant and they're talking crap about you, you can hear what they're saying. You can isolate that sound. You can tell it where to go, and they've like demonstrated it. Like, I want this table here in the restaurant. I want to know what they're saying. They're speaking. I think it was Spanish. I think they were speaking, and it was translating it real time with no delay and isolating just that. I mean, dude, that's creepy, man. You won't even be able to have a
think the idea to
conversation at a
eavesdrop?
restaurant. Yeah, you won't even be able to have a conversation at a restaurant
have some
in private.
class. Just spy on me on my phone.
Jeez, what's wrong with these people, man? Do it the old-fashioned
Me
way.
llamo Aqua. Aqua. I don't know Spanish.
I don't remember any Spanish from high school, even though I took what
I,
2 or 3
I took
years.
one Spanish class and I almost failed it.
Dude,
in high school. I think it was freshman year.
This is off topic, but I only took Spanish class because of the teacher. Because I don't know if you remember the
I
Spanish.
think that's why we signed up. I don't remember her name. I don't remember.
Oh
her
yeah,
name, but I know she was like she was
she was a looker, man. I still think about
like-
her sometimes because I remember she'd come in with like. I guess I can't
I
really
don't think
say
about
it,
her at
but
all.
it just popped in my
I
head
remember-
a
I
few
didn't even-
times.
I didn't even remember her. I remember just
Well, I
not
remember.
liking Spanish. I'm like, why am I here? This is
All I
stupid.
can't say what I want to say, but I remember why walking down the hall why I wanted to take the class. But I can't quite say it. Anyway,
I think
we've.
we could all can infer what you're saying.
I don't think
no.
you can though. But we got.
What did you No, I just want to say, what do you think of Where Winds Meet?
That one looks interesting. That is one of
Obviously,
the couple
it's all
that I saw
trailer.
actually being like legitimately talked about on Twitter. Like a lot of people were talking about that one. It looks it looks good. It's a Chinese developer, Everstone Studio. I don't exactly know. Like the trailer didn't give me a ton. Again, it's another thing that looks like it has that Final Fantasy aesthetic to it. And like even the combat like looks like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth combat to me, which would make sense. I mean, the game did so well, but it's not been out. I mean, that long to where I feel like a game could be. But that's what it looks like. It looks like that style of game. Um,
Yeah, because it was that, and then I guess
and
Monster Hunter Wilds was the only other one that really stood out to me. Obviously, I'm not the biggest Monster Hunter fan, but it looks like a really good
it
game.
looks really good. It looks really good. Um, that new Alien game, we it, the teaser trailer for that was so minimal, but I can tell you this. That seems like that would be scary with the VR. I'm
As
just
long as it's
saying you
not
would
like
never play you would never get through Resident Evil 7 in VR. That first of all, without VR, the game itself is already what I would say like I don't get scared of stuff. I would say that is the scariest game in the series. I mean like bizarre, creepy. It goes in the first person, right? It's the first
yeah.
one in a mainline in the mainline series to go first person, and it adds this depth to it for that style of gameplay where you don't have hardly any ammo or no weapons at all, and you can't find anything to protect yourself and walking around. It's crazy. So this being way more developed because that's a PS4 game, right? And like the mode for that went to PSVR1. Um, this if they do this right, this could be really really good for VR2. But I'll tell you what, I was shocked to not see at this state of play is PC support for the VR2. I saw tons of articles talking about expecting to see that there. I'm like, well, they gave enough VR games, a few to where that really made sense. They're like not letting it die, and like I feel like that's the only way that they can keep that thing alive. Like people will
Then
buy it if
they closed down
their main
the
developer.
their
Yeah,
London studio, which is like the main one that did the VR. So I
that
I don't know. The decision making doesn't make any sense to
it
me.
doesn't make any sense to me either. You did
As long as
we
this doesn't play like Colonial Marines that shouldn't tank, but
Oh yeah, yeah. That was a rough one.
that's an absolute failure of a game.
Uh, when you think about Marvel Rivals, where are you standing on that one? You playing it day one?
I don't care about Marvel. Like that's the problem. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I'm not a Marvel, not a DC fan.
Done. Out of here. Um.
I guess I'm doing this solo from now on.
uh.
Game Junction after dark. Put the kids away.
Which I love that tagline. Um. What was I gonna say? We got the announcement of the Star Wars one, so we got. I just don't understand any of this, but I will say this doesn't have to do with the game, but it kind of does because they were like showcasing Venom. Like he's the one standing in the center, and they showed most like his gameplay style. We're supposedly getting the Venom 3 trailer next week. Kind of off topic, but also on topic.
Yeah,
So that might be
those a possibility. I don't know. It just feels more like let's just copy what everybody else is doing, and when it fails, we'll just scratch our head like, I don't know why it failed.
right.
You know what? It's the gamer's fault. Those racist bigots.
Apparently everything is the gamer's fault. So I think there was 5 big things in this event. There are 5 like main standouts, and this is one of them because it's a beloved game. However, it also is a PS4 game, so they're doing the thing again. Although it looks stunning, almost like it could be a movie, in which that's the type of game that this is. It's like it's kind of like an interactive movie. But Until Dawn, the remake, looks beautiful, and it's coming PS5 and PC, so we already know about the PC. I think this is going to be the first one they're going to try to launch them closer together. And I will say I don't normally like those style of games, but I love Until Dawn, like absolutely love it. And I normally just can't do those type of games. I just don't like it. Uh if I'm being positive here, like it looks really really good, and I think that's the biggest standout here, where it kind of actually does, really look like a remake. Like they're actually doing this. They're remaking it,
Yeah.
unlike The Last of Us. Um, that
She gets a remake like a year after it came out.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing with this, right? Like it's on PS4, so it's like accessible to anybody that well, I guess it depends
You
if
have
you
a
have the
PS4 or
digital or
PS5,
the
you can
disc.
play
But
it.
you can play it. You can buy it on there digitally. It's available on
Yeah.
the store now, so you can do that. There's access either way that you go, I guess. However, this is a like $10 PS4 game, it- but it does look like a remake. So it visually looks like this could potentially be one of the best things that PlayStation has put out yet on the PS5, just based on what we see in this trailer. So I guess we'll have to see. But have you played Until Dawn?
Haven't, no. Never really captured me, but I've got a million games on my backlog at this point. It's kind of hard to fit games in.
That's what she said. Um, yeah, it looks pretty nifty.
Yeah,
We got Path of Exile 2. That make you laugh there, Mark?
a little bit.
It was pretty good timing, right?
No, it really was.
We got the Path of Exile 2. Any thoughts on this one? Basically like a Baldur's Gate Diablo style game.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people play the first and some of their games. Uh, I don't know, just never really grabbed me. But it's that whole Diablo-esque gameplay style, which it works for some people. I just was never even really a Diablo fan.
Diablo 4 didn't do it for you?
Absolutely not. I played Diablo 3. That was okay, but I got bored. The gameplay is
I
just
think Diablo 2 is
honestly
a
boring to me.
peak Diablo. Yeah.
But I mean, there's
Okay.
not a whole lot of other games like it, so maybe it'll do well. Diablo 4 felt like a disaster.
But also like Baldur's Gate did so well. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. So here one.
I mean, obviously, Baldur's Gate's not as good as your favorite game on the State of Play, but
I mean, it can't be my favorite yet unless I played it. But we're getting to it. We gotta talk about one of the probably the biggest talking point of this show, which is the Silent Hill 2 remake.
oh yeah.
Um,
A lot of people memeing on the main female lead when they first saw her.
yeah.
Pretty
What?
much it's like she she looks kind of fat, especially in the face. Like people, that's what people
It's
focus
okay.
on.
I didn't mean to.
I saw one meme where it's just her just blew up her face where she looks like she's like 300 pounds or something like that.
Well, it.
Like
I don't. There's a lot wrong with this. It visually does not look good. The movements, like I'm watching, live here so I can commentate on it again. I think I've watched this trailer probably 6 times now. Yes, the face thing. I feel like
that's like the first thing I saw
that's the
people on like
least.
Twitter X. That's like the very first thing I saw people like making fun of this game because it's like
Well,
visually like the very first thing you see. And you're like that just doesn't look right from what
well,
the original game looked like.
I paused like right at her face. She got her mouth open and everything. I'm looking at like
Yeah,
just the hair detail, and it's like not even it's not even remotely there to the level of Ratchet and Clank, which was a launch game for the PS5. And in my opinion, I played most of the big ones. I think it's still the best looking PS5 game. Like it looks stunning. That game looks it is a showcase for the PS5. And the other one,
this
I
looks
think
like
that
a. I was gonna say this just looks like an early PS4 game
it
graphically. That's what it
looks
looks
like
like.
I would
It doesn't
yeah,
look
or
good.
late PS3. Like it does not look good.
It doesn't look like current gen graph. It just looks bad. Like they're using the some of the fog and the haze to like cover up. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, we were kind of lazy with this.
and loading, I'm sure, is mixed in there and everything. Um, like I saw Jank when he just turned his head. Like he just turned his head just a little bit while he was talking, and you saw the jank movement of it. So I am pretty sure this is not even running at 60 frames per second. I guarantee that this is
I'd be
running at
amazed if it
30.
was.
I guarantee this runs at 30. Just that jank I saw with the head, and I know it's not my. I played it back a couple times right here, and that jank is still there. It it blows me away. That Silent Hill, first of all, is a series where until that free game came out when they announced this, you remember that free game came out that you can download, and it's like
Yeah.
2-3 hours long. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. So that raised some red flags right there. And then we saw this the same day that we got that for free. I was like, this does not look good. Like it didn't look good the last time, but like maybe looks a little better than what they showed us last time. But like, if I would hope, I mean, here's the thing: this game comes out this year. It went up for pre-order already. I heard people when the last State of Play came out, people were saying, I hope that this does not come out until the end of 2025 because they have a lot of work that they need to do.
Yeah.
And we haven't gotten a Silent Hill game since the Vita. And it wasn't even
It's been a long time.
it was a Diablo style game. It wasn't even like traditional Silent Hill. It was this weird, very weird spin-off. It's one of those games that makes no sense at all. And this is a beloved series. And Silent Hill, obviously, you get it for the PS2. It's a very expensive game.
Yeah.
So like the opportunity for a lot of people, unless they go a different route to play it, is not there because most people can't spend $400 or $500 to play one PS2 game. So, or whatever it's going for right now, it's just a very expensive game. And I'm just shocked. This is I wouldn't even say it's a cult series because it is very mainstream. Like people that aren't like hardcore gamers know who like Pyramid Head is and know like the characters and like the fog aesthetic to Silent Hill and like
Yeah.
I've heard people bring up. I was in the car one time. We were like driving through fog, and I remember an ex of mine be like, "Man, this looks like we're going through Silent Hill." She wasn't a gamer at all, but they made movies and stuff, blockbuster movies,
Yeah.
and so people know what it is. And I'm just like shocked that they'd come back, give us this horrible free game, and now we got remake of what may potentially be, and I would say the best game in the series, Silent Hill 2. And they're throwing it on the chopping block and don't care.
Like a cash grab, pretty much. Minimal effort. So if it doesn't do well, it didn't cost us that much money to begin with. Like we don't want to
It,
put any effort into this game. Like we just don't care.
and Konami, I mean, Konami, all they've been focused on are those what are those super popular gambling machines in Japan called? But
The pachinko
yeah,
parlors.
pachinko. So they make those games.
Oh yeah.
Konami does. Like it was like a meme, right? Like they don't make video games anymore. Where's Castlevania and all these series that a classic Konami series. Like they focus on that. They're making those. There's Silent Hill
Hey,
pachinko
you want to play
machines.
Silent Hill? Yeah, go gamble.
And there literally is Silent Hill pachinko machines. So it's just I want to say like I'm shocked, but again I'm not. It is Konami. Like I feel like in the last 15 years probably they've probably done more worse than they have good when it comes to the actual like video game side of stuff. Like they're killing it with those pachinko machines, but do we care about
Makes
that
money.
over here? Not necessarily because we can't even play them.
Jokes on you. Silent Hill 2 loot boxes.
Basically, I can't believe that they would do this, but I also can believe it. So,
I was about to say I could 100% believe that they would do this.
and then we've got what is my favorite announcement for the whole thing. People have been I see the tweets all the time. There's a petition for it. when the PS5 first came out, and for some reason they left Astrobot at like being a demonstration for the PSVR1 and then a demonstration
It's
for
a
your
really good game.
PS5. A very good game. Very very
Yeah.
good. That
It's like 3 hours and you're done.
it's like yeah. And they're
It's a
like
really short
as
game.
it's very short. It's like a tech demo, but it's
Yeah,
really
it's
good.
essentially just a tech demo.
Um
But it's the only game that I actually enjoyed on the PSVR because everything else was just hot garbage.
did you play the PS5 game that demonstrated like it launched with that free
No, I
game? That
didn't.
it should be on your console. I think it launched with it on the
I'm pretty sure I
console.
deleted it long
Oh,
since.
it's
I was never the biggest
so good.
Astrobot fan.
You just talked about how good the other one is.
Yeah, on VR, but I was like, yeah, it's more like a tech demo than anything else. I'm like, yeah, this is fun. I'm never gonna play this again once I'm done with it.
Well, that's the thing, right? They've kind of held this being like a tech demo series. It's like people love Astrobot. They like throw Astrobot costumes in like the Sackboy game and stuff like that, and like
Yeah.
this looks like a really good game. And Parappa the Rapper gets a skin on Astrobot in this. I don't know if you saw that, but I took a screenshot of that. I was like, oh man, okay, they didn't forget about Parappa the Rapper. They didn't
Well, they
actually
did,
forget
but it was
about it.
like, "Hey, we'll throw you a bone. We'll make another game like 20 years. Don't worry about it."
But that game would sell like gangbusters. I'm telling you, I know it would. That is the definition of like a cult classic series. People love those games. But I think
They
this
just
looks
refused to make a game.
yeah, they were I don't get it. But this very much gives me um like Ratchet and Clank vibes as far as like the look and like how I was just saying that it's a beautiful looking game still, and that was a launch game for the PS5. I still think personally that that's the best looking game for the system. But this one looks really good too. You got the 4K turned on and everything and set 60, like it looks dang good, and there's compression on these YouTube videos. So I am super excited about this game. So, and
I'm
I
sure it'll do well. I'm sure it's like a
I am
like
a
a 6 hour game
sucker.
probably.
I bet it's longer than that with like collecting everything. I am a sucker for
I
3D
guess we'll see.
3D platformers and collectathons in the style of like Mario 64 and stuff like that. Like I love those type of games. Like I really I it is there's nothing like just throwing on a 3D platformer and like kind of getting that nostalgic feeling of these type of games that we really don't get that much of anymore unless you go on the indie side, which there are some very good indie games that actually try to emulate the 64 look or try to do this. Like there's that game, Super Lucky's Tale, which is like essentially trying to be kind of like a 3D collectathon. Then they made new Super Lucky's Tale, which is a sequel to it. I don't know why they named it that like that, but it is a sequel. So there's two games in that like indie series, and it's really fun. It's really really fun. It's a 3D collectathon that's on the PS4 and Xbox One and Switch. So it gives me
I had to
like
pull it up for a second.
yeah, it was on Game Pass
I've
for
never
like a
actually heard of
long
that game.
time. It's fun. I played both. I really like them. I think they're really cool. I'm a sucker
Looks
for
like a
these
furry
type of
paradise. Sorry, I couldn't help not make the comment.
good lord.
I'm a bit of a dick. I'm sorry.
Um, the way that his movement is like when he runs, it's hilarious in this game. There's like a segment where he's like running, like tilting back and forth, and then you see a God of War skin on him. He flies on a PS5 controller with wings.
I think that makes sense. Obviously, it's shaped somewhat aeronautically. That's the right word you want to say.
Uh, no, what's the word? Arab, Arabatically, or oh man, now I'm not saying it right. Ah,
Acrobat.
no,
That's why I said aeronautics, but I don't know. Yeah, just
I don't even know what that is. Is that like the?
aeronautics.
Yeah, I've never heard that word in my life. The word we're thinking of, we are very close to, and that is not what it's. Ergonomic,
Aeronautics, the science
ergonomic.
or practice of travel through the air. It
Well,
fits
I get it, but
mostly.
I've just never heard that word. We were thinking of ergonomic. That was the word.
Nah, that's not the word. Definitely not
What?
the word. I was thinking something that had to do with flight. Ergonomic has nothing to do with
Oh,
that.
whatever.
Aerodynamic with the way the air goes around
Yeah,
it,
okay, aerodynamic.
aerospace.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that they are referencing a bunch of like PlayStation series, and like the whole thing is like themed around like the PS5 console and accessories and stuff like that. What was really cool about the uh Astrobot game that's on the PS5 is that it goes through the history of PlayStation. So you get to see like the PS1 with the screen, and you get to go through here and see like a PSP in like the room or
Yeah.
whatever. It's like really cool. They reference like some of the weird oddball PlayStation history, like I said, like the screen and stuff like that for the PS1 and all that jazz. So it's very interesting. I will say that, very interesting. So, is this something that you would play?
I might give it a shot, but it's one of those like I'm gonna play it, beat it in one go. I'm probably only gonna play it that one time realistically. That's what happened with the Playroom game on the PSVR. But it was also on VR, which I don't know, I didn't care for it.
Playroom wasn't. The VR wasn't even out. The first game this is on PSVR
Then
one.
what's the one that's on PSVR?
It it,
That was
it
Astro's Playroom.
it is, but it's not VR. It's not a VR game. That's the tech demo for the PS5. That's really good. People love it. It's like a 3-4 hour game, but it is really good. Like that's why people were like, we need to get like a full game like this that's not VR with Astrobot, because this is like really good. Um
Oh no, that's what
you're
it's
thinking of it.
Rescue Mission. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, which is also like a really good game. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool. What else we got
Oh yeah, definitely.
now? We got through the state of play.
Yeah, so there was some stuff. I know you kind of had brought it up before about the Zotac to launch its first handheld, another PC handheld gaming consoles coming out. So they're calling it the Zone. It's supposed to be fully showcased
We don't have
at
enough of them yet.
Computex. What's that?
We don't have enough of them yet.
Apparently
It's
not.
gonna ruin the Switch 2 coming out, man.
I'll have to blow them all away. It's
Uh,
supposed to feature a 7-inch AM OLED display. I don't know what that even supposed to mean. It's an
Oh,
OLED, but I don't know what the an AM OLED is supposed to be. Unless it's some weird
I've never
Zotac
heard
thing.
that. Yeah, I've never heard that term before. The AM part. So I'm not sure what that
Uh,
means exactly, but
I'm not sure. Obviously, more is supposed to come out during Computex. I'm not sure exactly when that's supposed to be. It wasn't in the article that I read it in, but we know it's supposed to feature either a Core Ultra 100 or 200 series for the processor, and it's expected to have an AMD Ryzen APU.
is that good or bad?
According to Computer Base, all we know is it's AMD Ryzen is going to be in it, not
Either a
Intel.
Core Ultra 100.
So it's I don't know. Do you prefer one or the other? But we don't, if that's all we know, I don't really know all that, or if there's different. I assume there's different levels of the AMD Ryzen APU. I just don't know what exactly it is, and if it's not the standard desktop version of it, I don't really know anything about it. When it comes to the handheld, sometimes they change certain things. I'm like, well, what's it equivalent to on a desktop? Which is really kind of hard to extrapolate. Well, I guess not really, but to me it is. I'm just weird about that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
But I don't know. It just really feels like this handheld market's getting oversaturated really fast.
it
A lot of these
100%
are gonna
is.
fail. You're gonna
There's
get 2 or 3 at most.
Did the MSI one drop yet? Is that already out? The MSI
I can
handheld?
check.
I can't remember if it's out yet and available now, but
You talking about the A1M? Is that the one you're thinking of?
I
Or
don't remember what
the
the
MSI Claw?
MSI Claw, yes. That's one.
Yeah, the MSI Claw A1M gripping game. Or that's one of the first ones that came up.
Yeah, it's a Claw. So that's out? Like,
I was
because
trying to figure out
we
their actual.
reported on it, but I can't remember
Oh
if it
no.
released yet. But we did get the confirmation of the Asus ROG Ally 2, which I think is the one doing it's Steam Deck and Asus that are doing the best. Like those are the
Yeah,
ones selling.
it looks like it's out, at least from what it looks like on their site.
So we already have the Asus ROG Ally 2 that is going to be more capable than that one. So I feel like this has to be more capable than the Asus ROG Ally 2. It's not even out yet. or it doesn't really, because those two, they have the marketplace for those. I mean, disregarding the Switch, as far as a PC handheld, it's Asus ROG Ally and Steam Deck are the only ones I hear talked about at all. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. It's confusing, man. It's just getting flooded and oversaturated. So kind of crazy. Just can't
So
believe
yeah,
how many of them there are.
you want to start over the podcast all over again? You got to redo a whole hour?
What? Wait, what?
No, Eric on the Facebook made that comment. I don't know if you saw it or not.
Oh,
So that was funny.
n-
No, I definitely appreciate you stopping by, giving us a comment and stuff like that as we some weird changes with the podcast.
yeah, we had some real problems tonight. But
Yeah,
we're here. That's all that matters. We've also
uh,
got, I
there
guess,
were
this. You want to
no,
talk
I
about the
guess
Stellar Blade?
yeah. These are the other two, I guess, major things. I definitely saw people talking about this, and it just came out actually yesterday. So, PS5's Stellar Blade has top sales chart in April, which is just a wild achievement in and of itself. The fact that a brand new game, it's not like it had the hardest competition,
Right.
but it's always good to see because technically it outsold Helldivers 2. Even though I think Helldivers 2 came out last month, it's still a really, really popular game, even with the minimal controversy that was around for a handful of days, realistically.
Yeah.
But the when I was reading the Forbes article that was kind of talking about it, it's like, hey, these are some of the reasons why obviously it's a big deal. It's not a sequel or a remake; it's brand new IP. It's obviously not based off any like recognizable stuff. Uh, Obviously, we already talked about it. But it's not a. This is a studio that made mobile games. This is the first actual, to me, a legit game, but a console game. It's not your standard AAA studio. It's not
Right.
multiplayer. It's not single player. Has no microtransactions. No season pass. Only earned cosmetics. And we're expecting if they do any collaboration, that would be the only kind of cosmetic you'd actually have to buy. But with all these things against it, and even the controversy with the media coming out smack talking it, it did really well. Because even when there's not like a major release, there's still a lot of games that sell really well. You always have your standard, your Dotas, all these things against your CODs that are always going to sell well while they're out and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's impressive that last month it topped the charts.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that is pretty impressive, and you've talked the game up like a lot. So,
I
it's
really enjoyed the game. And I want to go back and play it again, but I'm intentionally don't want to like burn myself out on it. So I've intentionally not played it because I beat it. I want to play it again to play it more. There's more costumes. I still need
I
to
knew
play it
that
again
you
for the
like to dress
achievements
up
and
stuff.
like another
That's why I
game.
said about that game. I knew that you like to dress up.
That's different. Like this is a good game. That's just it's nice having some eye candy occasionally.
Oh, man, you're such a
But it's
weirdo. You're
also
one
like
of
kind of
those
what they
Twitter
mentioned.
weirdos.
How many? Not even on Twitter. How many games like have earnable cosmetics in game? And it's not just yeah, you can earn one. The other 10 you have to go use
Not
your credit
many.
card to get.
Not many anymore,
And
and
the fact that there's you buy the game, that's it. You don't have to spend extra stuff.
which
There's
is
no additional
shocking.
cosmetics as it stands right now. Everything's earnable in game. Like this is how games used to be. It's amazing.
Well, it's shocking because that's PlayStation. Um, and what's shocking about that is that we're just now talking about how the whole PSN account thing. Like there's I don't know what they're doing. So like I can't praise them too much for that because man they they
My
got off
praise only
track
goes to
there.
shift. This praise goes to shift up, not Sony. Sony just tried to tank the game. It felt like right around launch when it's like no, you got to change what this costume looks like.
Yeah,
But
I
they're
don't know,
adding more
man.
content. There's a boss rush mode. We just got some new cosmetics, and that's hey, you don't have to buy for it. These are just new stuff that we're giving you in game, new features and stuff like that. Which you could still make the argument should have been there at launch.
Yeah.
Still a decent argument, but it's not like we're charging you extra money. It's just like, hey, here's more content to the game to keep you playing it. We're not going to charge you more money for it, which to me is as it should be. Because the game's still going to continue to sell. You're still going to make money for several months. And at this point, I'd be surprised with how well it's doing that if this game doesn't get a sequel from Shift Up.
It's 100% going to. It did so well,
And
man.
hopefully,
Like it's topping the sales charts, and for being a new IP, like kind of
yeah.
shocking. So
I think for a new IP, they picked the right time for it to come out. Not holiday season. Doesn't need to compete against other major games. Bring it around. What's that? Spring, late spring. There's usually not a lot of games coming out, so it gives it time to breathe on its own without having to compete with a bunch of other stuff. Because
right,
that
that
is
makes
obviously
sense.
something people have to think about. Because if the game came out maybe in the fall, or was going against a Star Wars game, or if it was going against Baldur's Gate game, it's not going to do well just because these are more well known games, more established,
Yeah,
arguably better games, top to bottom. I'm not saying Stellar Blade's a bad game, but it's not the longest game in the world. I don't
right.
think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I don't
And
either.
obviously, my only criticism kind of came in the form of the story. But I just hope in the second game that just gets addressed, and then the English dub is absolute crap. But it's personal opinion.
Personal opinion. I mean, yeah. So you played with the sub on then?
No, I played it English the first. When I go back and play it again, I'm gonna play it in Korean to see if it just fell back. I mean, for the most part, the voice actress for Eve was okay. It just at times it just felt like where there should have been more emotion in her voice, it just wasn't there. It
Yeah,
felt flat at times. I'm just like, based off what just happened, like you should be more emotional. I get the animation might not necessarily be there, but it should definitely be there in the voice. And I don't know. To me, it left me wanting more in that aspect, and the story a little bit did too. Or at times, the story can get confusing. I kind of pieced everything together for the most part, and I spent a better part of 2 weeks. So maybe that's it. But I don't know. It left me wanting more with the actual story, as far as like the main story itself, explaining certain things. That's assuming they didn't want to leave stuff unanswered because they always had a potential sequel in the back of their mind. Or
yeah,
there's world building lore logs or something like that that I potentially missed or that I just forgot that I read. It's always a possibility.
yeah, yeah.
But I mean, you know I came for Eve. I stayed for the gameplay and the absolute masterpiece of a soundtrack this game has. Definitely can't rave enough about how beautiful that game's music is. If you haven't, just listened to the soundtrack, especially during the
Oh, I
boss
yeah,
fights. The music
I
just
played the
fits.
music. It
Oh,
Yeah, the music is very good. I played and listened to some of that on YouTube. It's good, man. It's really good.
it's amazing. It's
I think
shocking how good
music.
the soundtrack is.
We're actually going to talk about. I guess we'll just head into the next article with that then. So I did post about this on Facebook the other day, uh, which pretty unfortunate news. Um, so Jeff Folan, I think is how you say his name, and I went and was checking like sort of the backlog of stuff that he did, but he was a music composer for games and a lot of like very kind of standout or at least iconic retro games. Terminator 2 for the NES, Indiana Jones, Batman Forever, Spider-Man, X-Men, Arcade's Revenge. Played the crap out of that one. Batman Forever, 2D platformer. Like he worked on a lot of stuff, but he unfortunately did pass away. He got diagnosed with cancer. His brother put a statement out on Facebook, which I don't have pulled up right now, and I did save on my phone, but he put out a statement on Facebook. He's like, "Hey, I haven't used Facebook in years. I reactivated my profile to deliver this news, but he just got diagnosed with it. I guess like May 2nd. So just this month, and he passed within a few weeks of being diagnosed, and they didn't know that anything was wrong at all, and he didn't. It was that sudden and that quick, and it's just super unfortunate. But he worked on. I mean, just take the time to go out there and look on the back catalog of stuff that he has worked on, and there is something you definitely played, back in the day that he's done music for, and like I can hear now the Indiana Jones soundtrack. I can hear that soundtrack now. I played that game so much at Last Crusade. The Spider-Man, X-Men, Arcade's Revenge. I played a ton of that. I had Batman Forever, and I had to actually look up and listen to that soundtrack the other day, and it was good, man. Like he really did some good stuff, and some of those games that pop up on there, you might be like, I didn't have fond memories of the game, but the music was good. You know what I mean? There are a lot of
Oh
those
yeah.
retro games where like the game is like not good, but it's got like a 10 out of 10 banger soundtrack that I throw on YouTube and listen to in the background. Or
Yeah.
um so he worked on a lot for the NES and Super Nintendo, but he also did stuff for like the Commodore 64 before that. So he's got a whole career of um I don't know the different terms that were used, but there's him composing, like making the actual soundtrack of the game, and then being like a sound design lead in some of those games prior to the NES, it looked like. So like he had, a full-fledged career there where like he had a part in some of those soundtracks, and then like he was the main guy working on the soundtracks. So yeah, just very unfortunate, but a super
I think one of
iconic.
the Yeah, and I don't think he didn't work on it, but one of the other when I think of like old school like retro songs, I think one of the most iconic ones is the moon theme from the DuckTales game on the
Oh,
SNES.
yeah. I mean, so good. Like
It was so iconic that
so
they
good.
remade the moon. They took the music and made it into Della's I can't struggling Moon Lullaby from the DuckTales remake that they did.
Oh, the Wii U
I
remake?
think her name is
Yeah.
Della. Yeah, the television show that they had.
Oh,
Uh,
they
it's
remade
really
that game too and redid the
Yeah,
soundtrack.
no, but I definitely when I go back and listen to it, I think of
Oh,
Bella's
so
Lullaby, which is
yeah.
really short, but it's really impactful. You can actually feel an actual emotional response from the artist that actually sung it. She did a really good job, unlike voice actors in Stellar Blade, but
Yeah, there's those
a little bit A, a little bit of B.
games where it's like this is especially the case I think in retro video games because we had a lot less to focus on with the game, if that makes sense. There's not as many things going on with a 2D platformer on the NES. And we're super sucked into it, and like we'll hear some of those iconic songs from those games. They might loop through trying to beat a level, so you hear it a whole bunch, but it sticks with you.
Leaves a lasting impact. And then it's interesting because I don't know if you have, but occasionally it's like I don't know jack anything about music, but
Yeah.
there's plenty of musicians or artists on YouTube that will react to certain music and give you their takes or like, oh, they're doing this type of thing or explain like, especially with retro music, okay, this is what they're stuck with and how they have to make music, and it's kind of really unique on this is how they get around composing it and stuff like that. Especially with the technology, when you go back to these old games, like how do you have like I don't know 4 different tracks or 8 different tracks or something like that, and like how they just masterfully make really memorable music that can stick with you and also fits like what you're doing within the game from DuckTales to I don't have the article up what this dude did. Some of his stuff, or it's like Mario or something like that. It's just really iconic themes from these old, especially the 8-bit, 16-bit era games.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, definitely. I think that music is something that like the sound design for a game, that's why it's called sound design. We're talking about the effects when the character's jumping and everything, and how it works into the music. So where's your level with the music versus the jump, and is this jump going to get super annoying? Do we want that sound in there?
Yeah.
That type of stuff, where it's not even just the soundtrack of the game, but it's like the sound effects and everything happening. And it I think that is something that has seriously gone to the wayside because they're like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Love the game, but I don't remember any of the music playing on that. I
Yeah,
don't
like
know if
because
that's something of also just getting older and like you're less zoned in on a game. Like I'm less just
I don't know.
by
I
virtue
feel
of
like
being a dad and
I
just
feel like music's
everything.
gotten too. It's like an afterthought. It's very. We just found a standard that just works, but it's not memorable. Like when I think of music, I'm thinking of games like I don't know, maybe like Skyrim, where there's times where it's just ambience, but when there's music, you remember that music, which I think is why the music in Stellar Blade stuck out to me. Because it's like, well, how long since I've actually played a game where the music's really stuck out to me? I'm like, yeah, maybe Borderlands, maybe a little bit, not really.
Yeah, even for a
But
game that you love in the past, like 15 years, there's just a couple where I can the music was really played into the game so much that I remember. And a weird one like it that's just completely random is the Splatterhouse remake for Xbox 360. I remember that sound. That has been a while at this point, but
I think
see
I
how
think Mass
far
Effect
back
had a
I
really iconic soundtrack.
yeah, but
But
see
you're going
that's
back
going
to like
back that
2008.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
that thing where there's nothing I can really think I one I will say where I was like, this is some phenomenal music is Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Like, but that's a Mario game. It's to be expected. That one did again, it's a a 2D platformer. It's one of those styles of games where you are kind of replaying levels and listening to the soundtrack over and
Yeah.
over again. And I thought the sound design for that game as a whole was really good.
You
Um,
want to think of like really old, you're going back 20 years at this point plus, but like the old Medal of Honor games, like
yeah,
music that really, especially in the thing that really fit that military, that World War II atmosphere, like there's still soundtracks from the old Medal of Honor games that still resonate with me now. That you play modern day COD, you don't really care. Nobody puts any effort into it. But those old games really knew how to like introduce you to a war game and stuff like that. The music definitely fit with it.
yeah, yeah. I'm just like literally sitting here trying to think,
Or if I
but
yeah, or if I play like a Tomb Raider game, like the music sounds kind of generic to like an action adventure,
yeah,
or at least
yeah,
the newer Tomb Raider
yeah,
games.
yeah. I mean, like I can still think back to the soundtrack for the first Tomb Raider game, just because that is one where I played it kind of over and over, and that music looped a lot. Um, but
I'm
yeah, I
thinking
mean,
like
the
a
new
half dozen
ones I
times that I
couldn't
just
tell
can't.
you the soundtrack for any of those, and I thought they were great games. I even enjoyed, the third one, which people didn't like as much, but I thought that was a great new trilogy.
I think it was terrible, but I don't know. I thought the first and second were stronger games from the third one.
Give me just a second. Something is going on here. Hold on. I'll be right
Oh,
back.
as he steps away for a second. I was trying to think. Yeah, but I mean, I think definitely, at least for me, music is like a make or break for some games. I mean, most part, but it could definitely help. Like The Witcher. While not all of it's memorable, there are certain soundtracks that are definitely very, very memorable to that. I guess while he steps away, take a quick sidestep, something that's a little bit smaller. Did you know that apparently 38% of web pages from 2013 or older have apparently disappeared from the internet? That's absolutely crazy. Because obviously this goes into a deeper topic where you talk about preserving video games, preserving your history. Like there's so many different types of like websites that just don't exist anymore. And obviously this topic was by PC World. It's like yeah, okay. I'm like I wonder how many websites that I visited, whether it was a kid or like a teenager, that aren't around anymore. It's like we talk about so much preserving video game history. What about preserving, just general history, internet history or something like that? Preserving game music because it's really influential and stuff like that. Um, saw this and I thought it was absolutely crazy. Uh, Pamela was saying soundtracks are sometimes being overshadowed by sound design. Yeah, I guess I could see that a little bit because I don't know. Maybe some people think about the sound and stuff like that, but I feel like a lot of games, like I feel like a lot of Star Wars games, like yeah, you've got the main Star Wars theme, but games specific to that music, not nothing comes to mind. It's not super memorable and stuff like that. Uh, I think music's really important. I go back to Stellar Blade because it's just we talked brought it up a few times already, but I think that's why the music in that game stood out so much to me because it's been so long since a game a soundtrack from start to finish has just stood out so much, and I just had so much enjoyment listening to it. It's like I'm just gonna instead of fast travel, I'm just gonna chill because I like the music. And in some areas, you do something, the music kind of changes to a different tune. And obviously, yeah, especially with the boss fights, it just feels super epic. Um, yeah, no, but I think that goes into a bigger issue. little away from music, back to this weird topic since I'm covering since Brandon's God. But they also said around 1 in 5 tweets have disappeared from public view within months. Obviously, it's a little different. You've got some control, like, oh, I want to get rid of that. They like to say if it's on the internet, it's out there for forever, and that kind of is true. You need to be careful what you post. Don't want something coming back around from like 10 years ago bite you in the ass a little bit. But well, it might not necessarily be on the internet. Yeah, it could still be out there. Somebody could have saved it, but I saw that in like a short little tweet, or I think it's on a YouTube video, maybe even like Yellow Flash that I was listening to when he talked about it. I was like, that's crazy that like that much of the internet's just gone. Probably from servers shutting down, sites shutting down. They're just gone. Uh, yeah, I didn't have a whole lot to say. It's some weird thing. Didn't expect Brand to be gone. I'm sure he'd have some stuff to say about that. And I'm far from, I don't know, Jack anything about music. So I'm definitely the worst to go around that. Hey, you finally back?
Yeah.
Making a fool doing this by myself, talking about 38% of the websites from 2013 or older have like disappeared from the internet.
They have.
Talk about video game preservation, internet preservation as a whole.
You're bringing up a great point. This is something we don't have in the notes. Did you see about Internet Archive? Did you see about that last week?
I didn't. I knew it existed, so I was like, some people are trying to preserve it, but what happened with the Internet Archive?
They got a DDoS attack. Somebody was trying to take them down, and what the general consensus is, because what they do is, I didn't know this part, and it's crazy that I didn't, because I've been using them, for stuff like this for years, for my EverDrives and stuff like that. That's where I get all my ROMs, and everybody does.
There's some sites that are gone that you have to go there to see. Even just like a blast from the past.
Well, this is, I mean, they're the ones that made the Wayback Machine, so like that's how you revisit is Internet Archive. And anyway, they got attacked. Somebody's trying to hack them last week, and they think that somebody's trying to scrub some stuff, because like the thing about Internet Archive is they are a general, and it is a physical location. I did not know that they have a physical location. They are a nonprofit organization, and they have an actual gigantic physical building where they do like tours on Fridays, and like there's a bunch of stuff there. It's like really cool, but they preserve the goal for Internet Archive is to preserve all of the internet. So there's a lot of stuff that gets preserved on there that people don't like, and that gets into politics, but things that people put out there get saved and are preserved and put on. The Internet Archive is like Wikipedia in that it's open to upload, right? So you can go on there and create an account and upload your stuff and download your whatever you're downloading, right? So it works in that sort of way. So like a lot of stuff is on there that people don't like, and I guess something politically based, I don't remember what side, I don't really care, was put out like just 2 weeks ago, and they've never had a problem. They've been around for 15 some years. They've never had a problem before, and now all of a sudden somebody doesn't like something that's said. And so yeah, that was, I retweeted their tweets several times this past week, because I was like shocked.
I saw what they posted yesterday. It's like, if only the DDoS attack we faced looked as intriguing as the viruses in our malware museum. Like, they just pointed it off. I was like, yeah,
they're being cool about it. Being very cool about it. Yeah.
You have to turn a negative to a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. While I am,
that goes to show is the importance of also backing up your data, not having it in one spot.
100%.
Hey, we're gonna save this, and then we make multiple backups that necessarily aren't on a network. So just in case something like this happens, we've got backups. I think that's important. Whether it's for your business, something like this, or in your own personal life, you should have multiple backups of important files.
I agree.
Even if you don't get like a DDoS attack, hardware, software can get corrupted, can fail.
Yep.
You always need to be having backups. It's like, IT 101. Don't put all your big eggs in one basket.
Yeah, I mean, an SSD and a hard drive will fail on you with that, just out of the blue. So don't, rely on one source.
What's like the minimum? You should have at least 3 different backup sources.
I mean, if it's something that's like incredibly important, yeah, you definitely should. You should save it 3 different ways too. Like I
Yeah,
hear
I think
people are
that's the
like,
actual.
"Oh, I save it on like a physical hard drive, and I'll save on an SSD here, and then put this on flash drive, and I also got it on my
I had
computer."
a 6 terabyte hard drive full
Oh,
of
dang.
movies and TV shows at one point,
Yeah, I know a lot of
and it
people that.
wasn't backed up, and that thing just died. And I
Yeah,
was like,
see,
ugh.
those
Granted, most of it was
mechanical.
stuff that yeah, most of it is when I pulled from physicals, but I had some torrents in there as well. It's not like it's impossible for me to
Ooh,
get those
I'm
back,
telling the
but
government.
I don't care. The victimless crime.
Yeah, no,
But I mean, like that's a lot of stuff. And you're like, 6 terabytes is big, and early 20s or something like that. But I was so heartbreaking when that actually happened. I had so much stuff in physical. It's like if only I had backed this up into another location. But at the time, 6 terabyte, even a physical hard drive wasn't the cheapest thing out
Oh,
there.
dude, I know. I really, legitimately, it wasn't until the past, like, I feel like memory the past year has gotten cheaper than it's ever been. Like an SSD, you can get yourself a 4 terabyte SSD for basically what I paid for a 1 terabyte for one of these consoles. Like when I got the PS5 one,
Yeah,
that 1 terabyte was like $220.
I think
Now you
SSD
can
is
get
just
a
essentially
one
the de
terabyte.
facto standard. Because it used to be like you actually needed like the solid state drive, or it was like more of like a box.
Yeah,
But
that's
what I look for now,
SATA drive.
yeah, the SATA drive. I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but everything's gone towards like the M.2 drive now
Yes,
for
it
like the
is.
SSD.
Yep, that's the standard now.
So I just think the technology's gotten there. More people are buying it, which just
But
forces the cost to go down cheaper.
just
But I
like the
mean, you
mechanical drives, I had one fail on me,
those
so
right.
you can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
and
speeds are
even then,
great and they're small
I
and all that, but
I still have mechanical hard drives just for general
yes,
backup
you
stuff. I'm not
should.
streaming off it. It's cheap. It's big. You just
Yeah,
need multiples,
get
or
you
if it's something
a
that matters, backup.
12, 12 terabyte, whatever. If you're doing something like you're doing, and it's like, say, how I had my movie collection. I did also save a ton of movies, so I had a lot too. Definitely not all of those were, where I got a digital copy, and I really never like bought anything digitally on purpose, but I had so many codes, you know,
Yeah,
all that stuff. So I was backing up stuff, and then I also did have like, some that I didn't own legally. Um, as well. And so I had a bunch of stuff on there, and I also had like my ROMs. And like, let me tell you, if you're downloading the ISOs for like GameCube games, Wii games, PS2 games, those things will fill up quick, man. Let me tell you, that'll fill up
oh yeah.
real quick because when you
Well,
get those
especially like
disc-based games, dude, I'm like, it's unreal how quick they'll fill up. So like you think you're good at the 2 terabytes. Let me
not.
tell you, you're not. If you're doing stuff like that, any media, you need to have quite a bit. I know a guy that lives
It also
right
doesn't
down the
help
streets.
when
He has 100 and some terabytes of data saved on just SSDs, and then he's got like stacks of mechanical drives with labels on them for what they are, and like,
yeah.
dude's set. He's got a whole server at his house, and
Oh yeah.
ready to go. He runs it on a Flex, I think it's called, like where he's
That
like
sounds about right.
he's got his movie saved, but he's using the internet to like stream the movies that
Yeah,
he
that way it's just easy
owns.
for him to.
Yeah,
It's easier for him to access. Or I don't know if it's through the internet, or he's got like a local
they're
area network kind of
local.
set up
Yeah,
for just
I
him to
guess that's what
access.
I meant. Yeah,
But it's set up in such a way that anything on his local network can essentially access it, whether it's a computer or a
yeah,
game system or something like that.
exactly. Yeah, so he could
Game system might be
access
kind
him.
of hard, but
Yeah, he was able to access it in a room was like his goal. Like,
yeah,
yeah, he's got it good to go. Um, so yeah, I mean, like if you're doing any type of media, then you definitely want to bulk up on that. And I say like even micro SD cards. Like I mean, I've got you know like 6 or 7 of them over here because I got a bunch of EverDrives to cover. But like I just this past week they got on sale, right? I've just like been picking them up. I'm just picking up all the different sizes because obviously like, and now I got this MIG switch. I don't know how much I'm gonna need for that. I've got, what was the other thing that was relatively new? Oh, the Vita and the Vita TV. I'm doing those. I have no idea you know how much data I'm going to need in these micro SD cards for those games. Like Switch games, that's going to fill up quick. So 128 gigabytes, that ain't going to do
oh yeah,
much
because
at all.
I got a 64 gigabyte SSD, and it's like I have to periodically remove games off of it and stuff like that because it fills
Yeah,
up too
that's
quickly. 20 gigs here, 10 gigs there.
that's not
It
even
adds up.
enough for Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah, you talk about the like PS5 or PC where it's like 50 to 100 gigs of memory for a single game. Like that adds up so quickly.
Yeah, it really
On top of
does.
any other crap that I'm saving or doing that's not like game related. Or it's like, hey, I downloaded a TV show. Well, there's 10 gigs of 1080p for like a few hours. And it's 4K. That just balloons real fast.
Oh yeah, you add in the 4K. I mean, I tell you, man, like just some of that stuff. If you're going like the 4K Blu-ray route and you're getting those 4K like digital codes with your movies, which they're not doing that as much now. I noticed.
I don't think people used them. I know I never used them.
I still always claimed them, but I
Or
never used them either. I always
because you're
claimed
stuck
them,
on
and
like
they're like
you
different
have to
services and stuff.
yeah, you have to use one specific site. Like that's not the digital
That
copy
was
that I want. I just want it on my hard drive. But I think
right.
streaming really kind of nicks that in the butt because it's like you can get it on some streaming site. Why have a arbitrary host that nobody really actually uses to stream it to you when you just use like Hulu or Netflix or Amazon Prime or something like that?
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I hated that they were like stuck on services because there was one of those services that has since shut down, probably like 6, 7 years ago at this point. But it
The
was
other
like one of the
problem,
biggest ones, and like now you can't
yeah,
use it. You can't access those movies at all. So if you bought those digitally, that was another case of
they
you
should have
lost all your
given you
stuff.
the actual
They
video
should.
file itself.
They should have. I
But
agree.
then the whole pirating thing, I'm like, oh, if people are gonna pirate it, they're gonna pirate it. They're not gonna pay for it. But I think you just fundamentally don't understand how
Yeah,
pirating works.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
If
I don't
people
know.
were gonna pay for it, they weren't gonna pirate it. They're gonna pay for it legally. People that
Right.
pirate it had no interest in
I
actually
mean,
buying it the honest way,
and we've
or
talked
most of them
about
don't.
this. Like, if, for instance, this is just like a random thing. Us, well, this will kind of jump into the next thing we're gonna talk about, but like Nintendo making some of those games available, like we would buy those on the Switch. Like we've said that before. There's a bunch of stuff that they had a virtual console, like an actual, all that set up. Like there's some of
Yeah,
those that we would buy to play and go back to and have on our Switch. Um,
they
even
are
if
trying to
like
save
I
them
can
now.
play it on the original system, like so much easier to play it on your Switch. Just grab the, grab hit start in your controller. You don't have to do anything. And we would definitely do that to support the series. So that's a whole other discussion. But that kind of jumps into the next thing that we don't have in notes, but it's trending on Twitter right now. Nintendo Directs. We have not gotten a word on. It's May now. We normally have a June Direct. Nothing's happened. What's going on? People are wondering what's going on. Yeah, we're in our last year of the Switch. What else do they got planned? Do you think they've got anything else? We talked about this earlier, the Nintendo Prime podcast I was on, Nintendo Bite. We talked about this, but what are your thoughts? We know we're at the end of the race here for the Switch.
Yeah, I think at this point, just because if we don't get a Switch 2 announcement or we don't get any other first party announcements, I think it's just a signal. Because like, when's the last time we got a major first party Switch, title that wasn't like a remake or a remaster come out?
Yeah, that's basically all we have for the year. I mean, we had the Paper Mario remake, and then we've
Yeah.
got now the
Then
Luigi's Mansion.
then you mentioned that I pulled up Screen Rant's article about this they published yesterday. They're
Okay.
talking about the June Direct. They're thinking it's going to focus on remasters
Well, we
explicitly.
already know about what, 3 things. So I mean, like that's not
Yeah, 'cause
telling us anything that's
you
new.
got what? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because they brought up Dragon Quest, and I was like, then we already know about this, or it
Yeah.
wasn't leaked.
I mean, which is, let me tell you, that is a pretty big one. People are absolutely stoked for that, and for good reason. That is like more than likely going to be now the best way to play that game, and I think for you that'll be a great way for you to kind of dive into the series, like the earlier stuff. Um,
Yeah.
it'll just make it a lot easier, and that aesthetic they're going for, beautiful. I love it. I love that HD
Oh yeah.
2D, that pixel style remaster that they've been doing for Final Fantasy, and they've been doing it in like what's the those two Switch games that have like a super good looking art style. Um, what are those called? We talked about them a bunch. There's one and two.
You
I
say
can't
that, and
remember.
now I can't think of.
I know I
I'm
can't
drawing a
either.
blank.
Ah, dang. Yeah, I can't think of it.
But I
But
mean, because we've already. But I mean, I brought up because we already gotten like the Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, and stuff like that. So we've kind of already
yeah.
seen remakes, remasters already come out. Do you think we'll get any more news about Metroid Prime 2 and 3 potentially in
So
the lead up to what we expect Prime 4 to be a launch title on whatever the Switch 2 actually turns out to be?
yeah, it's funny you bring that up because that is the game I brought up immediately, and then it sparked like massive discussion the other day because we were talking about going down that rabbit
Yeah.
hole. Um, it's a really tough to say because I do think that it is a next gen game. However, I think there is also pretty good. There's a good chance I would say like more than 25% of that also potentially being a cross gen game as well, coming
I
out
mean,
on
its whole
both.
development cycle has been in the
Yes.
existence of the Switch, so I assume that's the bulk of what it's been developed for. And it'll be upscaled to whatever the Switch 2 is going to be. But it's what
Yeah.
been like a year, a little over a year since we got the Metroid Prime 1 remastered come out announcement and its
Yeah.
drop.
That's the other thing. What's going on with 2 and
So it's
3?
been
You know?
So if you thought it was going to be like a quick slap of paint on 2 and 3, maybe because they've taken this much time, maybe there's a little bit more, behind the scenes work that's actually going into them. Are they going to bundle them together? I assume Prime 3 is going to require more work for the actual
Because of
controls
the
than Prime
motion.
2,
Yeah.
but are they doing a lot more like they would a lot like they did with Prime 1 behind the scenes, or
Well,
are
Prime
they
1
fully
looks
focused on
beautiful.
Prime 4?
I mean, they did it.
Oh,
That
it
that
looks
is
amazing.
it almost looks like a remake. Like I said that when I loaded it up, I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I was not expecting this." Like it's almost this borders the remaster and remake line to me.
As
Um
long as you can get over the fact that it's obviously the controls were designed with the GameCube in mind.
and I mean, you do
Uh,
kind of have to get over that cuz it's like
the
what are
whole
you going to
walk-on
do?
mechanic.
Yeah, what are
Yeah.
you going to do? And that's
It's
why
like, oh,
I loved Metroid Prime 3 because and we talked this is funny, this is all stuff that we talked about the other day. The Wii motion controls were so tight and so accurate, but the
yeah,
Switch,
they were.
it uses gyro. Terrible. So much so that one of my favorite games, Zelda Skyward Sword, I bought that remaster, never couldn't finish it. I could not handle the controls. The gyro was terrible. So bad. You would have to keep like putting it down to try to like, kind of reset it. And it was just, and then like when they tried to make it work for the sticks, it did not work, in my opinion. I think it was horrible. Like
Just
I
too
have
fundamental to what
never,
the Wii
yes,
was.
I've
Luckily,
never
I still have a
crapped
Wii
on a
U in the
Zelda
closet,
game.
so I could buy it and finish it.
Yeah,
But even
it
on the actual
sucks.
Wii U, it's not that it's kind of a bad game even on that console.
It's on the Wii.
The same thing.
I love that game. I love Skyward Sword. I think it's phenomenal. So I think you're pulling stuff out of your butt there on that one.
I just don't like the forced. You have
Well,
to use
see,
motion controls. I don't like it
I
in games.
love Metroid Prime 3 because it's a first person shooter and the Wii is so daggone accurate with the motion
Yeah, but that's
controls.
like the one reason I really didn't like it. The more times gone on, because I'm like, I hate that motion controls are forced. Like I want that the option to play standard controls with the actual standard controller, modern controller, whatever you want to think. And Prime 3 on the Wii had that option with the old what was the controller? The Pro controller for the Wii, whatever you
Yeah,
call it. I can't remember
the
think of the name.
classic controller.
Yeah, the classic controller. Like that was built into it when they did the when they combined the trilogy on the Wii, but in later releases it was just gone. Like you had to use this motion control. So I was like, why would you have that in the original development and then kind of take it away? That never made any sense to me. Or it
Yeah,
was like that
yeah,
for I don't know, it was like that for one of the releases, and then they later down the line they got rid of it. I just can't remember. It's been so long since I've
I
actually
can't
dug into
remember
it.
either. I can't remember either. I totally get that though. It's not for everybody, but I think if there is to ever be the motion controls, like that is the one console that has ever done that right. It is so accurate, man. Like two, so I don't. You want to say like it's just so accurate. I can't say that enough. It
Yeah.
when you play the Switch, that is not accurate at all. Like if that were the factor and you were forced with the motion controls, I wouldn't play the game. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I stopped playing a Zelda game that I love because of that. I couldn't handle it. I think gyro is horrible. I imagine that would have been super cheap for them to implement actual whatever that motion control system is called. The IR sensors.
Yeah.
They could have implemented that in the Switch, and that was actually brought up on the show. If we think that there will be a change with the motion controls for the Switch 2, or if it'll have it at all with the controllers, we don't know. Like, we don't know how the Joy-Con thing is going to work, and we heard they weren't doing Joy-Cons; they were doing something else. But all they would have to put, apparently, they were bringing up with that IR sensor now compared with the Wii Motion Bar. All they would need is something like this small now to be accurate for the Switch.
Oh, yeah,
They don't
like 15 years.
You
since
could use a
first developed that
candle.
technology.
Do you know that trick? The candle trick?
I had no idea. No.
Look this up on YouTube sometime. And I did it. I did it several times. Nintendo Enthusiast. I did a video about that on the website. But basically, you take a candle and it can replace the Wii sensor bar. There's something happens with like the sensor. I don't know the technology, but it works. You can look it up on YouTube. It's wild.
And
stuff.
then I was thinking about it, but do you think Pokemon Legends, was it ZA? Think there'll be a launch
Yeah.
title as well, potentially with Prime 4? Those seem like two big games. I can't imagine it's gonna be like the Switch.
At
Well,
this
they have 4 or 5 games at launch.
at this point, yes, I do think it is a whether it's a launch title, within the launch window, within that 3 months, I think probably. I think they're going to fill out that space.
One of these Pokemon or the Metroid Prime 4, they do what they did with Zelda and Mario with the Switch, where one comes out at launch, the other one's like coming out like 6 months later, so they don't like step on each other's toes. Like they want people to play both games essentially, and you have just more smaller games to have a library, but like, hey, this is like your one main thing. Because I can't imagine.
I mean,
at this point, a Zelda game being at launch. We just got within like the last 2 years, the last one. You're probably looking another 2-3 years before we get the next Zelda game. They've been spending like what 5-6 years on a development cycle for that game.
Yeah, and it's like so hard to say because the two series where we always get a game when the next console is out is Pokemon and Kirby. Those two always. If you go back and look, every single console and handheld, that was the case. DS came out, we got a GBA game.
I just feel like if we did get those, the Metroid Prime game would come out first, just because it's been development longer. We've known that for a fact.
I feel like that could be a cross-gen game because the development has more than likely. I don't know. It could have been also the case that reset was because they were developing it for the Switch 2 verse. They're like, okay, this isn't going to run.
They announced it in like 2016, and then like
2
early
years.
2017, it's like, hey, we're gonna like restart development.
2 years after the Switch came out, I feel like it was.
So that was that 2017 or 2019 that we got the announcement of like, hey, we're restarting development on Prime 4 now. I thought it was fairly early on in the Switch's life. They're like, sorry, but we after like 2 years restarting development. Like that game's been in development for feels like forever at this point.
Yeah, it was it looks like it was originally revealed restart the project 2019, January of 2019.
Okay. So we got it announced in 17 and then in 2019. So it's been in development for what, a good 5 years at this point.
Because they announced it that year of the Switch. So
I mean, I get probably that first year was full pre-production, ramping up the development team and all that, but
I mean, here's the thing, the Switch was already underpowered at launch. So maybe they were like, 2 years in, they were like, hey, we can't fit the vision on the Switch. We know there's going to be another console coming out. We need to work with that hardware.
That doesn't explain like where they went from, was it Sega back to
Retro Studios?
Because they changed developer. After 2 years, it went from one developer to the other.
Yeah, it
Retro
did.
didn't have it at launch.
Because, I mean, Retro also works on the Donkey Kong stuff.
Yeah, but Retro, before the Prime 1 remaster, Retro hadn't put anything out since Tropical Freeze, and it had been years between those games.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who it was developing.
Tropical Freeze was a Wii U game that came out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's like their thing is Donkey Kong and Metroid at this point.
They hadn't
Um,
worked on a Metroid game in since Prime 3, I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure
yeah,
Other
they had
M
nothing
was
to
a
do
wholly
with
different studio.
like Hunters or Pinball or any of that or that other 3DS crappy game that came out.
Retro made a name for themselves with Prime 1, 2, and
Oh,
3,
for sure.
which at the time were mind blown because essentially Metroid had skipped a whole generation with the 64. We went from like what Super Metroid on the SNES to Metroid Prime on the GameCube. Obviously, there was the Game Boy Advance handheld with Fusion, but essentially that whole it had skipped a whole generation. It feels like they're doing it again, where between Metroid games, realistically, it's been like two generations because Prime Other M came out on the Wii, so we didn't get a Metroid game on the Wii U. And realistically, you're not really getting one on the Switch, or it comes out at the end of its life cycle, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's been a hot second since we've had a Metroid game.
Well, I do
And I'm
100.
sorry, the Federation game doesn't count.
Yeah, I wouldn't count that. I don't even know why that's titled Metroid Prime. Um, yeah, I was trying to see who was working on it before. All I can see is Takahashi was like lead on it, but I don't see like a name.
I thought he
Uh,
still was. I thought it was like Sega or some other studio that was
I
kind of
can't
weird when they
for
first
some
announced it.
reason I
Yep.
can't remember, and I'm having trouble. Yeah, it says since they launched Tropical Freeze in 2014, Retro Studios was not working on anything. It was Bandai Namco that worked on it. Bandai
Yeah,
Namco.
man, I couldn't remember. I don't know why I think it's Sega, but it was one of those studios where you're kind of like, that's kind of weird, but okay, why not
Well,
give it back to retro?
they do other Nintendo stuff. I'm trying to think of what off the top of my head, but they've done quite a bit.
But
They Smash
I remember
Brothers,
back,
Smash Brothers.
yeah, I remember years ago when they after like a year or two after them hiring people from like other like big games, they're like, oh, this person worked on some Halo games, or they'd worked on some of these other like sci-fi games
Oh
that they were
yeah,
bringing on for like big name positions for Metroid Prime 4. But then obviously once they fill these positions, you're kind of like, it's probably gonna be another few years. They're still like hiring people like 2 years after the
oh,
fact.
here it is, 2024, and we're still talking about it. So it's been, I mean, it's been over 5 years at this point. 5 years and 4 months since they announced the
Yeah. So what?
Well,
They probably had at least 3 years of full development at this point, if you want to be realistic.
yeah, I would give it
Because
probably.
obviously they gave it to Retro. You have to build it from the scratch. You got to they probably had to bring people on. We know they had to bring people on. So probably the better part of 2 years was just figuring out what they wanted to do. Then you have to develop the technology,
Yeah,
and then develop, essentially build the world on top of it, of just making the actual game. So
I
I
hope.
assume 2025 we'll see that game,
Yeah, I feel like
because
it
I'm
has
pretty
to.
sure that's when the Switch
the
2 is going to come out.
The other thing is like with it being a cross-gen game, like Metroid does not sell. Metroid Dread is the best selling in the series, and it's still only at like I think 3 million units, which is the
Yeah, because
best
Metroid's an old
ever,
school. It came
ever
out
for
on
it.
what, the NES? Like
Yeah,
Metroid is just as
those
old as like
sales never touch,
Zelda,
don't touch
but it just
anywhere
never
near
it.
Dread. It's
It's such an
insane.
iconic Nintendo brand, but
It
it's always
is.
been like a niche community,
It's always
which I
been
always
like the
thought was
redhead
crazy.
stepchild because like for some reason I don't know what it is, and like people I know always liked Metroid, but in like outside of our little gaming bubble, like nobody cares. I'm like,
I know, it's
I
crazy because Samus, like the
growing up we
original
played.
Metroid, like broke boundaries at the end of the game. Because even the booklet doesn't tell you, like, you expect it to be like a dude at
Oh
the beginning of the
yeah,
game. It's like, oh no, it's an actual chick.
yeah,
Like
it was-
it blew away, like back in like what's it, the late '80s,
yeah.
like the standards
I
of
think
what you
like
expected to play as
'89.
like a main character. Like
Yeah,
it broke that wall really early on,
it
but it still
did.
never
It was
really took off.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. And like it could have been that Metroid on the NES. Like I'm gonna look up the sales, but it could have been that Metroid on the NES. Like because everybody I knew like played Metroid, like had at least played Metroid or Super Metroid or Metroid 2 for the
Yeah,
Game Boy. One of those.
Super Metroid's still probably arguably one of the most revered games of the
Oh
series.
yeah, I think between that and Fusion, people just absolutely love those two games. Like, uh, yeah. I mean, and to be honest with you, as far as 2D games, like Metroid 2, I have played through the remake twice, but I have since that's even come out, I still have gone back to the original game on the Game Boy. I think it still holds up very well.
I never liked it. I'm
I
sorry.
love it.
I think we've talked about it before. I think Metroid 2 is the weakest of all the Metroid games.
I think it's near the top for me. I think it's super good,
We view
man.
those games really differently, but I'm also biased because I also prefer the 3D Metroid Prime 1 just because it was like really the first Metroid
That
Prime
was
1 and Metroid
huge,
Fusion are like the two
huge
games I
deal.
grew up playing. And then obviously you throw Zero Mission in there, but I mean, yeah, I think we've talked about it
That's
before.
one
When
of
I
the
first
worst
we first
selling in the
launched
series, which is crazy.
Metroid Prime 1, it just the graphics just blew me away as a kid back in 2003. It was
Dude,
amazing.
it was insane to see that Metroid brought in 3D. It's just like something we never expected. I mean, you know
Like
what I mean?
it was worth the wait graphically for that
Truly,
next
it
step
was.
into 3D. Like
So,
the 64 would have probably ruined it.
as a whole, and this is including every game, spin-offs, everything. As a whole, Metroid has only sold 21.45 million games as a franchise.
Crazy.
Dude, one single Mario game sells more than that. That's insane. I mean,
I just
that's
feel like Nintendo never gave it the love. It's gone massive of life cycles without getting a game. It
so
doesn't really get spin-offs. It's like the main line. You want to consider Prime a spin-off at this point. I think it's its own little thing, but
get
you have your main timeline of games. There's no real spin-offs. It's just kind of a you get a game when you get them.
I get this. Okay, so here's the order. The first one, not expected at all, and like I can't make this up. I mean, to be expected. The worst selling. So I'm going to give you a list of like the top 5 worst selling. First is Federation Force. That actually,
Obviously.
yeah, okay, I'm looking at it right. That's to be expected. This I did not necessarily expect. Metroid Prime Trilogy as the next worst selling one. After that is Metroid Samus Returns. And then the next one after that is Zero Mission. And then Other M. Those are the top worst selling. And what is
Where'd
it?
you get these sales numbers from? Because according to the
VGSales.fandom.com. Oh,
because
this
I
is
saw it differently.
not including Dread, so sorry.
Are you talking like sales in the millions? Because it was
Yeah,
giving me a
in the
different order when I
millions.
reorganized it.
21 This is
No, because it had
oh
Zero
no, this
Mission
has Dread in
at
it
0.79. Yeah, no, this had Zero
and
Mission at
remastered.
0.797, which was significantly under.
For which one?
Zero Mission, it was like well under a million.
Yeah, this says that I mean yeah, it is well under a million.
I
Zero
know
million. Yeah,
initially, I
it's
think it put it in year when you first looked at it.
0.79, so not even a
Yeah, because
million.
it's oh, that's crazy that
Isn't that
Metroid Prime
insane?
barely beat out the old 86 by like 0.11 million.
Isn't that crazy? And then here, this
It's crazy.
Dread comes along and is like the best. Here's the thing. There's
And
this
it
thing
barely
called the
outsold
Switch
their first
effect.
Prime.
There's this thing with the Switch. Yeah, just barely. I mean, and obviously it's still being sold. So this is actually I didn't even see. This has not been updated since March of last year. So you had a whole nother year for Metroid Dread sales, Black Friday,
Probably not as
everything.
many as you'd think.
Probably not as many.
Maybe a few thousand at best, but no, yeah,
Oh, a few
realistically.
thousand. Bro, how many billion people in the world? Sold more than a few
Considering
more
that
thousand.
it's only sold a little over 3 million. I think that's kind of realistic. It sold the
And
bulk
it
of
had
that
only
when it
been
first came
out
out.
for how long? 2 months at that point? It came out 2023, right? Or no, oh, I'm lying. 2 years, sorry. Came out
Yeah.
2021. So, yeah, man, I don't know.
It,
Dread is phenomenal though. I mean, absolutely is very
it really
deserving
is.
of its title. But it is kind of crazy that we're looking at like Metroid Prime, also an iconic game, and like outsells that, and it's still something being sold. So
You know what I find crazy that Prime 2 is like the lowest selling game of the
isn't
three
that
of them.
crazy? Yeah.
And it's also the Prime remastered almost outsold it.
And you
It
know what
probably
else is
will in the
crazy?
terms
Very deserving of it. Just
what?
barely beat Metroid Prime Hunters. Sold a million,
I know
1.08.
that's crazy because arguably I think
It
Prime 2
barely.
Of
lost
those
to
3
two.
games, Prime 2 is like of all the Prime series is the most what I would consider Metroid, where it brought in more of like a little more of like the horror
You
aspect
just
compared
threw
to
off the
Prime 1.
entire fan base.
No, because I played 1 and 2 the most growing up. I thought
Yeah.
Prime 2 is a far better game than Prime 1.
Oh, I
It's
think
just
so
it just when
too.
it came out, the competition, the
It was
market had changed
fierce
because
at
it
that
came
point.
out. Halo had definitely established itself.
Yeah.
The GameCube just didn't sell well comparatively, and
The
I don't know. I just
multiplayer
thought
wasn't there.
of there's multiplayer
Yeah.
in Prime 1 and 2. They suck though. Or I think Prime
Oh,
2, but it
I
sucks.
thought
But
it was only
I don't know.
Hunters. I don't even remember multiplayer in the first
What's
two
local
games.
multiplayer?
I don't
It's
even
in 2.
remember.
But
Okay.
of Prime 1, 2, and 3, Prime 2 is my favorite of those 3.
I think Hunters is my favorite. And like it's in the middle of
Oh, I wasn't counting
shut
Hunters. I was just talking about the mainline Prime
Oh,
games.
yeah, I think it'd be 2, 3, 1 for me. All of them are
I
phenomenal
think
though.
three's at the bottom for me. I thought there was too much of
I
a
thought the
focus on
story
this.
is
It didn't
really good.
That's the problem. It didn't feel like a Metroid. Like it was just too story heavy. I guess you could say they
See,
complain about Other M
I
though
was
for a
about to
different
say,
reason.
yeah.
Metroid's just never it's at its best when there's still an underlying story, but you're on a planet by yourself and you just have to figure stuff out through the environment.
I think
Nothing's
it's
kind of told you. Like
what
the concept of isolationism is
I
just
think that's
always been
what
a
Hunters
key.
did so well. Is that like
Yeah.
the story was there, but like it wasn't like Prime 3 and that and the way that it was super story heavy. And it was also that fact where you were saying, it was kind of like a little eerie and stuff. You got these 6 hunters that are like out there and they
Yeah.
could be anywhere. You know what I
Like
mean?
I'm not saying Metroid's never been a horror game, but it's always tried to have at
It's
least a
that
little bit of horror feel to it.
isolationist sort of
Yeah, like it's
stuck on a
just
planet.
you
Yeah.
trying to figure out what's going on. That's why I thought Prime 2 did so much better. Prime 1 is so iconic, but you don't really have any dread when you play it like you do with Prime 2. And Prime 3 just feels like it was trying to copy a little bit of what Halo was doing. That just didn't feel like it felt like a traditional
That's
Prime
a good
game. Obviously,
yeah.
it sold fairly well and had good controls. I just didn't like Prime 3 as much as the other two. Because you go back and you play like Super Metroid. It's the whole concept of you by yourself, you're eerie.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a story, but it's not story heavy. I
Right.
think Dread's the first game that did a decently well story without
Well,
it taking away
Fusion.
from the isolation
I
and
feel like
Dread a little bit.
Fusion did it pretty well. It wasn't like
Yeah, I
overbearing,
guess
but
it's
it was like
obviously,
it was there though. It was more than just like a summary and a manual.
but the
If
only
that
thing that
makes
ever felt
sense.
me with Dread was the SAX. Outside of that, it didn't. Well, it had the isolationism, and it had enough story to keep you going. It didn't feel You didn't feel any dread
I
really
feel like
playing
it
that
was
game.
right in the middle, and that game
Yeah,
had
that was
the
decent.
development cycle for that game got announced in the DS era. I remember reading in Nintendo Power, Metroid Dread is being worked on. That's the next title in the series. You can look it up right now. There's plenty of fact checking on that. You can look it up.
Oh
It was
no, yeah, I
in
know.
Nintendo Prime or Nintendo
And it went
Power.
silent for like a decade.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we talk about development cycles. Maybe
When was it
maybe there's something wrong with Metroid where
when was it announced? Do you
during
know?
the DS. It would have been the transition from GBA to DS. It was early DS.
I
Like
didn't know if it came
we
out
thought
maybe
we didn't know it was
can I
going to
say
be for the
maybe
GBA or
M.
DS at that point because it was so
I didn't know if
early.
I guess that had to have been before Other M because I think once Other M came
Oh
out, that
wait, yeah.
killed the franchise for at least a decade, and it realistically did. 2010 to 2021 between Zero Mission and Dread.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I'm gonna look. Yeah,
Other M bombed so bad. The community just
yeah. I know
I didn't hate it.
most people
I hated it for a
absolutely hate
different
that
reason.
game.
I didn't hate it for the story. I hated it for the gameplay. I didn't like the gameplay. It's why I stopped playing it.
Yeah,
I didn't.
it's at the bottom
There
for
were
me. Like
the only frustration that I had with the story was the fact that you had to listen to I can't remember that main dude's name. Uh, Sam or whatever his name is. I know that's wrong. But he says you can't use this, and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm just gonna listen to him." Like that's not Samus though. That's the
yeah,
one thing about the story I didn't like.
where
And I
you're
get
being
why they did it.
controlled and yeah, I get what you're
Yeah, like that
saying.
didn't feel right. But the actual story, the background, I didn't think it was that bad. The main thing most people absolutely hated about it
I
wasn't why I hated the game. Was it
yeah, I
done the
get it.
best? Probably not. But like, let's be fair. it's not the first time they've like humanized Samus. Like obviously Samus hasn't always been this stone cold badass her whole career.
Right.
She obviously we knew she was
Yeah,
always in the
how did she
Federation. She
become
had a
that?
background.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Like you
get it.
don't just wake up and be a ruthless killer.
So
No, you had something that happened that made you that way. So I didn't necessarily hate that, but how it interacted with the story in the 2D to 3D, personally, I didn't like it.
I get it. Metroid Dread, we were just talking about that. So, Yoshio Sakamoto, when this game came out, 15 years, why it took Nintendo 15 years to make Metroid Dread? 15 years. I mean, like, the other game that I can think, because I had it pre-ordered for like 6 years. I left my pre-order, it was at $5, you know, threw $5 on it. Duke Nukem Forever. Had that pre-ordered for a long time, and that had like I want to say like a 12-year cycle on it, and that was like really
Yeah,
long.
showed when it came out.
I didn't realize when I put two and two together that this was actually 15 years this game has been in development. And like he goes over
I don't know.
why
I
it took
feel
so
like
long.
Other M had to have had an impact on the development of that game, just because it failed so
I want to know the time
drastically. Like
difference.
they lost game.
I
Or
wonder
maybe
what the
I hope
release
he.
date
I don't know.
differences are between those, because so many games came out in between that 15 years. It's like, okay, why is this specific game taking so long? And it still fits the explanation of like Metroid at that time, what they were saying they were going to do. It is like a darker game.
Yeah,
It's called Dread, obviously. So it's a
but
much darker.
that's
Yeah,
Metroid's identity though. It's always been a
I
dark,
wouldn't
not a
say
horror game, but
yes,
it
it's got the
teeters the line
aspects.
of horror at times.
Yeah,
It's a Nintendo version of a horror game, which doesn't go full on.
I
But
like it.
it's a mixture of horror, angst, loneliness, isolationism, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dread just seems like the next logical step that the series needs to take, because obviously its audience isn't super young like it used to be back in the 90s and 2000s.
Well,
Its audience has definitely matured. The
yeah.
game definitely needed to as well.
I feel like a lot of these sales are for old school Nintendo fans. Like I feel like that's
Oh
who's
yeah.
buying Metroid period. I feel like kids probably don't even, I mean, other than Smash Brothers, don't even really know about Samus.
I don't know. That'd be another interesting thing. If Prime 4 is like the big game at launch for the next console, does that help its sales? Is that like a thing Nintendo tries to do to boost and force Metroid into the limelight for the first time, or is it launched in next to another game, which means it's going to sell 3 to 4 million copies realistically?
I mean, it's a really good question, because like we see with all these other first person Metroid games, exact sales, and none of them are good. We'll put it that way.
But to be fair, like outside of like I get it with the SNES and the old. The problem with like the Prime games is they're good, but when did Halo come out? Right around the same time that Prime 1 came out. And it
Yeah,
came out, a lot of these games came out on bad consoles. Obviously, the Wii was big at the time, but it's Prime 3, so a
massive.
lot of people didn't play the first two, which probably scared people away from getting it. And after that, you had Other M, which just was a miraculously failure even with its core fan base. But then you finally get a decent Metroid game, and while it doesn't necessarily blow the top off of sales, it does the best of all of them.
So
Hopefully, it makes Metroid, more popular moving forward.
Other M came out in 2010, and Metroid Dread was announced in 2005. So there's a 5-year difference there on just the announcement versus the release
Yeah,
of
I don't
Other
know.
M. And Other M was not in development for 5 years. We know that. It
No.
was not.
So there had to have been some
So,
issue with Dread, but he might. I'm
well,
sure
he
he'll
goes
deny it.
into
But
it, but I'd
other,
have to read this whole. No, he went.
yeah,
He went did a whole interview on it.
no,
You can look it
no.
up.
I'm just saying, there's no way Other M didn't have an impact. The fact that it came out before the other game, that it did not have some kind of impact. Even though
Yeah.
he comes out and he says, "No, I stand behind the story of Other M," and I mean, I get it, but the sales failure had make Nintendo think twice about Dread. At the very least, like either him or Nintendo's like, let's take a step back. We need breathing room. Obviously, you need to like take
So
a second look at this game. We can't, because if Dread had failed, it probably would have killed the franchise outright.
yeah, that's true. Here's what this says. Other M was announced as Project M. It was a team of over 100 people. They include Nintendo, Team Ninja, and D Rockets, with production lasting for 3 years. So yeah, 3 years. So we had 2 years after Dread was announced is when they started production on the
Yeah.
game. So it definitely had to have had an impact. Dread had to have had an impact on Other M, or whatever the heck was going on there to make the game, 15-year development cycle, and restarted however many times it was, 4 or 5 times. So it was restarted for each
Did he
handheld and
not like what it was
console.
going? Yeah, does the
There's a
direction he wanted to take the game? Did they try it 3D first and he didn't like the direction, or just feels like the hardware they were working with wasn't doing well? I've got no idea.
yeah,
I'm sure it's a
it's
multitude
out.
of those things.
It's out there, yeah, and I'm sure it probably does have a lot to do with kind of all of that. And then
But I think Dread put to bed a lot of that. At this point, it's kind of irrelevant. It's neat to know, but
it's
I mean,
funny,
it did well.
Zero Mission came out 1 year before Dread was announced. And I mean, it didn't
2004,
do
yeah.
well, but it's a very good game. Very good game.
It's just it's a remake of the old game on the
Yeah.
GBA. It's 2004. That's like the very end of the GBA's life cycle. Like the DS, if it hadn't came out, is about to come out.
See, it's weird, man.
I
I've
mean, I
got
get
this
that.
good memory for like stuff like this. Like from my short-term memory is so bad. But how in the heck do I remember? Oh, it was right there in between the GBA and DS life. Like I can remember the lines that were
Weird
said in
random
Nintendo
things.
Power. Yeah, like I read those things front to back 20 times when they came. Like I read everything that came in Nintendo Power. So I was hooked. They had me hooked, man, Insider and stuff. But I remember during that time, that whole deal with that and being announced and like being excited because I loved the Zero Mission. I was like, oh, this is so good. So we're getting Metroid games like this now. Then Fusion comes out. It's like banger.
Still blows my mind that Fusion not only outsold Super Metroid, but Prime 2 and 3.
Isn't that crazy? I knew it.
It's
I
the
knew it
fifth
did
best-selling
well
game.
for Metroid, but it still didn't do good. None of these are particularly good.
But for Metroid, I guess at this point, this is what we expect. It still blows my mind that Metroid 2 on the Game Boy did that well. But I guess
It
came out
doesn't to me
early in the life
because
cycle of the Game Boy.
there were so many Game Boys out there. Like Game Boy was cheap
Yeah.
and accessible. It was $100. It got the
When the
$100
Game
pretty
Boy came
quick.
out, 89? Did it come out earlier
Yeah,
than that, or am I mislate?
no, you're
misremembering?
around that. I can't remember if it's yeah, I think 89, maybe 88. I have to
Because
look.
Return of Samus came out in 91. So it's like I think it was, at least as far as its sales compared to other
89. Yep,
games,
89.
it came out fairly early on in the Game Boy's life cycle.
Yeah,
for
it
the
did.
first 5 years.
And the Game Boy life cycle before we got the Game Boy Color, which is a whole new system, was actually like really long. The Game Boy Color came out in like, I can't even remember. I want to look it up, but it was like way
It was
later,
like
like
90
98,
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
something like
late
that.
90s.
Yeah, it was like
Because I
real late.
remember going to the store and my dad behind me a Game Boy Color for the first
98. I got that.
time. Yeah.
October 98. So it was over 10 years because the Game Boy came out in April of 89. So that's crazy, man. That life cycle might be the longest one for a system ever. Like legitimately, where it's
Yeah,
still
it's
getting new
crazy
games.
long.
10 years. And what's funny is you can go out there and look up articles about this. But Gunpei Yokoi, that designed the Game Boy, he intentionally designed a monochrome screen. He already knew at that point that this was outdated hardware in 89. Like we had moved on to color, but he intentionally did that so that the system would be cheaper and more accessible to people. And boy, did he do. I mean,
Make
that
a
was the
good
best
decision.
decision ever, because then
Yeah,
there
it's
was
back when graphics don't matter. Just
Yeah.
good gameplay.
you got the Game Boy Pocket and then the Game Boy Light, which was Japan only, where it had a backlit screen, and which was really cool.
Yeah, like a year before the Game Boy Color
Yeah.
came out, which is a
It's
weird
a
decision. So why is that not
it's a
default
rare
in the
one.
Game Boy Color?
It's crazy because it isn't on the GBA either. So the SP.
Yeah, you had to wait till
Dude.
you had to get the SP in like what 2002 whenever
Yeah,
that came
it was
out.
still
2001?
getting. The SP was later than that. I think it was 2004.
2004.
Yeah, because
Because what the DS
The
come out
Micro came out after
2005,
the
2006.
DS. Yeah, it came out in 2005, so maybe it was 2003 that the SP came out. Let me look that one up because there was the Micro was after the DS, so there
Yeah.
was had to
It's a
been
weird
some
time for
sort of
handheld. They're just pumping out handhelds, and it's like, oh yeah, the next one's right around the corner, but whatever. Let's just release this one.
2003 it came out. So
Like 2 years before that we got the DS, and then the backlight at that point was standard. I remember having the old Game Boy Color, and it's like you play it even with the batteries. That was a whole nightmare. I remember getting
dude,
rechargeable batteries.
the thing with
Blew my mind.
the original Game Boy is those batteries lasted forever. And that's what
The same with
that
the
was
Game
one
Boy
of the
Color.
design. That was one of
Yeah.
the whole design things, right? He said that. He said he wanted it to, it's crazy. If you go back,
I remember
he's
like
since
the
passed,
attachments,
but
like they used to get you if you're traveling at night, going to visit
warm
somebody. Like you'd
lights,
have to get
bro.
that big. I remember I had like a big block, or
Yeah.
it somewhat
Yep.
magnified it, but it had like the flip light as well on top of it.
So
Like, oh man,
I
kids
can't show
nowadays are
you
spoiled.
because it's in this corner, but I have a sealed. It's a monster light for the Game Boy Color. It's like in the shape of like a swamp monster that goes over the entire, fills the entire like front of the screen, and
Yeah.
it's a third party accessory, and it covers part of the screen, so like you can't see the very top of the screen. Like
That's so frustrating.
all these companies would make all the it was pretty much like fair game with those handhelds, man. Like
Yeah,
you
pretty
could get
much.
anything anywhere. I remember getting the TV tuner for the original GBA, and then I got one again for the SP. Got the internet cartridge for the DS. Like I was into like weird things, like being able to do things that, like, I guess for the time it shouldn't be able to do, if that makes sense. Like an internet browser on your handheld in 2005, like that was
I don't
mind
know. I
blowing
feel
to
like
me.
the weird thing that Nintendo used to do, and they went away from it when the DS came out, was the Game Boy player on the SNES,
Mm.
and then the Game
Oh,
Boy
the
Advance
GameCube.
player for the GameCube.
Oh,
For the
sorry.
GameCube.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, where you used to be able to like here you could play your handheld games on a legit actual main screen TV.
Yep.
Like they gave so much love to it to where
They
you
did.
could get like Samus 2 and never played on a handheld.
There's a Super Game Boy 2. I don't know if you know that, but that one is for specifically was made for Pokemon games so that it could basically understand the battery used with those carts. And it has a adapter on the top so you can have SNESs hooked together or your Game Boy hook to that cartridge to do trades. So
Yeah.
like that's why that one was made.
Like your 90s to like your 2000s was wild when
So
it comes to
weird.
accessories. Then
And
the Wii had its own craze of accessories.
And can we talk about how the DS and DS Lite, it wasn't until the DSi still had a GBA slot. This system took
Oh,
two
yeah,
different
like,
cartridges, man.
So much backwards compatible. And they took advantage of it with some games. What was the
You could have the Rumble
Pokemon
Pack.
Adventures?
Yeah, where
something
you
like
could do
that?
both. Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
But then there was the
'Cause
Rumble
what- 'cause,
Pack
like, what-
GBA cart.
Was it Red Rescue was the DS and Blue Rescue was the GBA, or am I
Red
getting those
Rescue is the
backwards?
GBA, Blue was the
Yeah.
DS. Yeah,
And you could
Um,
like slot them together, and I don't remember what they actually did, but I know it was crazy.
I can't remember.
That was a really
either.
unique thing they did with that with the DS, where it's like here's a
It
game one for
was.
explicitly for the Game Boy, one for the DS as well.
Dude, it was such a
It's a
it's
wild
just
time.
such a good time though, man. It was just like there's so much charm in a lot of that stuff, and which is why I just I love still retro gaming today, and I get obsessive over these new developments being made for old hardware because I just love it. It transports me back to that time when I play some of these games, and there's a lot to
I
it,
think it's-
man.
I
There's a
think
lot
it's
to it.
different because you've seen what the gaming's become now. It's so mainstream, and what it used to be back then, where yeah, we still want to make money, but there's still you can feel the love and the enjoyment they put into actually making games.
I feel the same way. I feel like
It's a whole
people are
different era of
really
gaming.
now it's all money, money, money. And yes, this
Yeah.
was all to make money too, but we didn't even know. I mean, like we never thought about that. We always thought Nintendo is basically the Disney of gaming or whatever. Like it's just
They
company
were
that
for a long time.
doing awesome things. I mean, well, they're the number one selling company in the world now. So it's crazy to me that Metroid, Pokemon and Mario are such a massive series, and Nintendo as a whole is such a massive brand, and it literally has outsold and does better than Disney at this point, which is like an establishment where we thought could do no wrong for years and years, right? Just
Yeah.
thought it was one of those things. And it's crazy to me that what was I going to say? Can't remember.
They're that big or something like that.
That Metroid sells so low when
Oh
it's
yeah,
such
yeah,
a
yeah. So
massive
just
company.
what started this whole discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we got off track there,
Went
but I
on a
really
whole
like
tangent with
I
that.
I really like those type of discussions. Okay, we just that's fun. I like talking about.
Oh yeah,
All right,
go down the rabbit hole.
what we got next?
Want to get into some topics or?
Yeah, actually, you know what? Can we? I want to talk about one thing before we jump into that.
Okay.
Um, so the first part of this is that we just recently uh it's been announced, right? So I've got the mix switch here, right?
Yeah.
I'm angry because I didn't get sent the dumper. I'm peed off. There is one person on YouTube who has done a video with the dumper, and he's like, I think I'm the only person in the world who has a dumper right now. There's nothing out, even the big YouTubers, nobody else out there has a dumper. There's no videos. One video.
Yeah.
So he got the dumper with the stuff, apparently. I don't even remember the name of the channel, but it just makes me so angry that you would send this out and you don't even have the tool to do what this is advertised to do. Obviously, we know what people are doing with the cart too, but what it is advertised and how they get through being able to do, you can't even do because they don't give you the tool to do it, and it makes me angry. It's so much so that it's just I haven't even I haven't even checked it out, man. I need to do a video of just an unboxing of this. It's like 2 seconds, so I'm like, it's got to be a short because like
Yeah, I was about to say there's your short right there.
yeah,
And that's it. It's a
it's a
useless
cartridge.
paperweight.
It's useless. It's sat here. I have not even opened it, and this is something to me I was so excited for because this opens up so many possibilities, and the fact that this is able to legally happen, and Nintendo is like, we know they are hound dogs with this stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently, unless they're working behind the scenes to really build something up, apparently they're not able to do anything because they can get a website shut down within an hour. Their lawyers, they're something goes up, and like I remember
On top of it.
there was it was a Zelda first person remake. It was a remake of the first Zelda game done in like first person. It was playable in VR, so you could play the first Zelda game in VR. So it got shut down really quick. So if you didn't get that ROM, it wasn't like accessible anywhere and things like that. So like the fact that this is being able to be sold, this leads me into my next topic. We got a company called Unlock Switch that I this is relatively new. However, it looks like this may have somehow flew under the radar a few weeks ago. But they're called Unlock Switch, and they are making carts as well. And you can go on Twitter right now, like they just tweeted today, or X, or whatever you want to say. Over the weekend, we select the final 20 individuals for our Unlock Switch free samples. The updated list will be posted next Monday. They're giving a bunch of them away, and you can go on there and look at their cart right now. They put so much effort into this. It's got like grooves and crazy stuff on the cart that not even Nintendo does, like shapes and stuff into the cart. If that makes sense. If you look at it, you'll get what I'm talking about. But they cared so much about this that they had already printed a ton of these and decided to remake it. They redid the cart, completely redid it, and they already had a ton of these made up. Like you can see their photos. But what makes me so angry with Mig Switch, it's not even the dumper. It's the fact that if you pre-ordered this right away, you got screwed because there's a V2 cart already made that has a physical button on the cart to reset your game, go back to the menu. Do you know what you have to do to get to your games?
What is it?
This is crazy because if you got I have close to 100 Switch games. If you've got somebody out there that's really collecting hardcore for the Switch, say 500, which is nothing, there's way more games. You have to take the cart out and put it back in to cycle through your games. It cycles to the next one. You have to take it in and out.
Terrible way to
Who
design an
who
operating system.
designed? And then there's a V2 card out now. So if you ordered yours like the second week it was out, you're getting a V2 card. If you haven't gotten yours yet, you're lucky because this sucks. This sucks. I don't even want to use it. I'm not doing that every time. Taking it in and out. Are you kidding me? I had no idea. Nobody had access to see the software to even know, or I wouldn't have bought it. I would not have bought it. Legitimately, that is so stupid.
There's some kind of patch for it down the line. Some software that fixes it when they actually, get it all properly out and working.
but they already made a V2 card, so will they do that? Is there going to be enough people? Was there enough people that bought it like right away in that first week to justify them even caring to cover that? Or like, hey, you guys got to rebuy it. I sent an email back out to him. I said, "Where's my dumper?" And second, I would like a V2 card. I haven't heard back. I said I would like to swap this out. I think it's ridiculous. So
Oh yeah, it is.
we'll see. And this was made in Russia too. Like, and you got your little all seeing eye there. If you want to get the like conspiracy theories here, it might be tracking you. It might, and Putin might be
Oh,
tracking us with our switches. So you heard
you're
it
now
here.
officially a Russian bot.
Exactly. But the
He's
unlocks,
brainwashing you at night.
yeah, the Unlock Switch company, check them out on Twitter. They are giving updates on this like every single day. I keep seeing them pop up in the feed. They even retweeted my tweet actually. I didn't know that. So yeah, cool. It's cool, and they have an actual photo there from just yesterday that shows the new cart and the old cart. So they just like lost money on the carts themselves. It's like, hey, this isn't good enough. We're redesigning it before any of them have ever been even up for sale yet. These are not even up for pre-order yet. They're making them, testing them, having YouTubers and people test them and play them before they'll even offer pre-orders. And they've already redesigned it once. So this company I feel like cares, and they're here in the States. They're a team of two people, two guys that are programming and developing this. And it's yeah, I think it's cool. This looks like the way better option and route to go. And I'm sure the make switch with the cart now, it's like a whole thing apparently back and forth with them. I don't they've gone back and forth on stuff arguing, and they don't like the way make switch is handling their business, so that is why they're making
Not
these,
good.
and the only reason, like, they are upfront and honest. We're making these because this company sucks, and you've already waited however long. You get a crappy cart. I mean, if you only have
Yeah.
a few games you play, you just want your Pokemons, sure, not a big deal to take it in and out. But if you're going to ruin that slot, taking it out that many times. Like, my plan was to essentially just use this so I don't have to pull everything down and out, or mostly with new stuff, because stuff I haven't started or played yet. That way I have my saves and all that. Because I'm not going to use it on my regular Switch. Probably use it on my daughter's for now because she doesn't even play it anyway. So I think that's what I'm gonna
Very
do.
loving.
She doesn't need to go. She doesn't play anything online. So I think it's hey, I mean
Fair enough.
that thing just sits there. But it's crazy. They did a short 2 days ago that they put on Twitter, and they said, why is it so hard to give a MIG switch a menu? And they explained why at this point. So you said software update. They're explaining why they won't do that. So it's very interesting
Because they're
stuff.
lazy.
Yeah, basically, and they can get more money out of you. I'm pretty sure the website says absolutely no returns or something. I'm pretty
It's
sure I
starting to
read that.
starting to smell like an out and out scam is what it's starting to sound like.
Yeah, a V2 cart, like, before most people have even gotten the carts to begin with. Like, there's only a couple videos out there. Most people haven't gotten them. Um, so it's weird, man. And they should if they are any type of company whatsoever, they should be swapping these carts out for that V2. They shouldn't even be sending these out. They had the V2 before I even got mine. Like that was it was obviously sent out. They're like, we're not going to waste these that we printed. Meanwhile, there's a company here with 100 of these sitting with an old cartridge version before they'll even allow a pre-order. They want to fully test it out, everything. They're having a bunch of people test them, play with them for however long they're gonna do that for, and
Yeah.
that's the way to do it. This right here, I like companies like this, and I would much rather support someone here in the States that's actually they're making this because this company sucks. So,
Yeah.
and I mean,
Sounds like, the Make Switch start more and more just sounds like it's people they're just trying to scam somebody for a quick buck.
yeah, but this doesn't. So like if you want to do this, just hold out for this. They're going to be going up pre-order pretty soon from what I can see here on Twitter, but it's yeah, Make Switch I don't recommend simply for those two reasons. Don't even send the tool out and then they've already redone the cartridge because that is the dumbest way. That has got to be the dumbest way I've ever heard of in my life. To have a cart that you put up specifically to be able to have several hundred games filled out on the system. You know what I mean? I've got like 127 games, and I only have I think a 500 gigabyte SD card in my Switch. So like you can do pretty well. Like most of the games I have
Yeah.
are small on the Switch, most of them, but yeah, I'd wanted to hit that point because that makes me so angry, dude. I just so frustrating. But we can go ahead and move on to topics.
Not a lot here, but here's a fun one. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Not
So we're
you,
getting old school here.
I tell you that much.
I don't know why that came to my mind. I was like, all right, screw it, I'm gonna put this in here.
Yeah, I love that phrase though. I always liked it, and I did not like Klondike bars. Here's the thing: I had my first one the other day. It was a Reese's one, first time in probably maybe like 10 years. I just,
Not good.
they're really not good, and like the regular ones are terrible. Like if you don't get one of
Banging.
those flavored ones, ugh, just stay away.
They just had a really good advertising campaign.
Yeah, they really did.
But I guess here's a better question. What would you do for an Ocarina of Time remake?
Did you watch the podcast the other day? Because you're like hitting all these
I
points. We
did
literally
not.
talked.
I was so busy yesterday. I didn't have time
Oh
to.
yeah, we had a pretty in-depth discussion on this. Because it just got remade for the previous system, and that game
I'm more of like an
technically,
HD remaster
well, have you played it though? That game,
on the 3DS.
it
Yeah,
it
I
is
have it on 3DS.
it's
It looks and plays exactly like the old one with some minor tweaks here or there for the 3DS.
dude, you're crazy. I've played
It
that
looks it looks
3D.
just it looks like it looks like they just give it a
Okay.
new coat of paint.
You
They
need
didn't change
to
anything.
Google and look up side by side. It looks like a new game. It looks like a remake. It's one of those
It looks
ones.
like a new game. It looks like a 1990 game with a new coat of paint on it.
I more than a new code. They redid the controls. They redid everything for that. That is one of the best, I think, remasters ever, in my opinion. I think it's phenomenal. I so much so, Ocarina of Time being one of my top games of all time. I say
It's not a
10 out of 10 always go to the 3DS version now. They simplify a lot of that travel that takes forever, kind of like they did for Wind Waker.
but
There's
I was looking at some of the
bug
stuff now, it
fixes
just
with the first.
yeah, it's not as pixely, but it still looks like the old. Looks like a 64 game. Just looks like they tweaked a few. It's a remaster, is what it looks like. It doesn't look like a brand new game to me. I'm sorry. I personally don't see it.
Okay, whatever you say. I'm done with you. That's all I know.
Okay, we all have wrong opinions sometimes.
That is not a wrong. That see, I'm telling you, man. I think it looks
Saying,
like a completely different game.
it does not to me.
Maybe it's because I played it. It's the game I played more than any game ever. I think I've over 40 times or something. I beat the game in total between the GameCube version and then the 64 version and the 3D 3DS version. I played that game so many times, and I bought it
Yeah,
on the Wii and bought it again on the Wii U.
it obviously looks better, but it looks like a remaster. It doesn't look like a remake.
I think it borders. I maybe it's because,
It
like I
also
said,
doesn't.
I'm so zoned into how that game looks. Maybe that's
Yeah.
why. But we talked about it on there,
Oh,
and like other people thought the same thing. So, but anyway, to get back to the point, I would love it because we've seen people do tests in Unreal Engine of what for years people have done that.
yeah.
It seems like each Unreal Engine that comes out, they do like a Ocarina of Time sample, like a demo sample of what
Yeah.
it could look like.
No, I'm just saying, like you take like Breath of the Wild, or you take the Tears of the Kingdom in that kind of graphical setting, and you throw those graphics in Ocarina of Time. I think it would look and play completely differently than even the 3DS version. Get rid of the old 64 control scheme and the antiquated controls, but like a
Uh,
full on ground, like it's a brand new game. Like so that's what I would prefer.
yeah, but I just don't think they're going to do it yet. I think if it were to happen for the Switch 2, I think it's going to be much later in the life cycle, somewhere
I don't think
mid.
we're gonna get it at all.
I don't
Personally,
think we're
it's
getting
just
it
because
for
it's
Switch
Nintendo.
2. I don't think we are either. We just had it on the last console, remaster, not a remake, but um, I remember reading how much work they put into that remaster and how difficult it was because of the controls for the 64 and the controller, and like there was so many
It's
things
just so
working
different.
against them. You got circle
Like you
back.
have to just bring like a whole remake from the ground
It's
up
like
on
the
modern hardware would be better. Because that control scheme is just too antiquated.
yeah, I mean it was designed around that controller. Like everyone,
Yeah,
you can't tell me that any of those games weren't. They were all designed around that controller, man. Because we talked
yeah.
about Jet Force Gemini. It is borderline unplayable with the Switch controller, in my opinion. It does not feel right.
I
I
disagree. I
have to
played it
play
just
with.
fine with. I'm playing with the Switch
I have
on
to
the
use a
3DS.
64 controller for it. And it's
In one
fine when
sitting,
I
I got
use
like
that. It's
in
fine when
one
I
sitting
use it
like 4 or 5
online.
hours. I got like halfway through the game, but I also it
Oh,
very
Mister,
quickly.
I
I
don't
remembered
have no
how to
time.
play it. I remembered certain things,
I
and
spent 5 hours on a.
remember the I remember the game. I remember like the levels very intimately. Like, I knew exactly where I needed to go, what to look for. I just had to get used to the old controls on that controller. And once I got used to that, the game I started like blowing through levels like it was nothing. But there's also a game kind of like you speak about Ocarina of Time. This is a game I played a crap ton growing up. Like I know so much about that game. It's just the controls I had to get used to. They're still aged poorly. I'm not gonna lie. But there's just something about the game that just takes me back to my childhood.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I'm not. It was designed around that controller. That's why when I use it, it feels right. And like I can
Yeah,
play it anyway.
but
I'm gonna play it on the 64 with my CRT
I'm sure a
anyway.
lot of these games you go back, even if you play it on the 64, you're like, this is not aged well.
No,
So that's why
GoldenEye, for example.
I'll pull it on this. I'll pull Jet Force Gemini on the 64, and even with that control, I'm like, oh, these controls are terrible.
I will not.
As a kid, that's all you knew, but
I would
yeah,
not defend that control scheme for like 007. GoldenEye is even remotely good or holds up. It is a very important game for the time.
yeah.
I think it's a massive game, but I think it's one of those things where you can't let nostalgia, you know, put a curtain in front of you and make everything great because you played it and loved
Oh,
it as a
but
kid.
and I got you, and I still enjoy it because I had such fond memories of it. But at the same time, it's like
I have
these controls are terrible.
I
Like
we played it at
it's
your
not
house
good.
quite a bit, and that's how I even played the game. I never played it outside of your house until I think the Wii U that I got it on Virtual Console, or it might have been the Wii. I can't remember, but that was the first time I actually played through the game and played more than the multiplayer. So
I do remember everyone complaining about the one thing is there's tribals in that game, and there's tribals in that. So you have to play every world like at least 3 different times because you have 3 characters and 3 different passageways and stuff like that. And like I remember people complaining like the tribals is like the most annoying collectible possible, uh, because these tribals can be shot and killed, and that happens, you have to restart that whole level all over again. And there are some levels where there's certain enemies, because the enemies are like ants in that game, if you don't know, where there's a handful of levels where there's like a specific type of ant that'll go after the tribals, or sometimes the tribals will just run out in the middle of a gunfight. You're just kind of like, this is so frustrating.
Yeah,
Uh,
I-
and you have to collect all the tribals to even get to the final boss of the game, because it's a collectathon. Definitely, there are some collectibles that are very cryptic and kind of hard to find as well. It's a rare game. Um, but outside of that, the controls, I would love a remake. Obviously, not going to get one, but
yeah,
that game definitely has nostalgia for me. But I'm not going to lie and say it's aged well. It's kind of aged kind of
nostalgia
poorly
goggles.
in both the in both the graphical, the collectible, and the controls have all
Well,
not aged
I'll
well.
actually defend thinking the graphical style. So it was funny because I still got to get a new TV. Um, I have not checked comments for a while. By the way, I don't know if we've got any on anything, but I
Try to
don't have
keep
Facebook
an eye out
up.
for the most part.
Oh man, yeah, it looks like we got Nintendo needs to hop on the nostalgia train and remake Ocarina of Time. Yeah, yeah, I think they should. It would sell. I mean, we know it would sell.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
man, would that game sell? Um, but yeah, I don't think they're going to anytime soon.
that's not
But
what they do, unfortunately. There's so many games they need to go out and remake,
Mark,
and it's cash cow. But
do you remember Jordan? He lived in the village too. You remember him? He was around a few
not
times.
for the most part, not really. The name sounds familiar, but that's about as far as it goes. I can't even remember a face.
Dang, that is just rude. Can't remember people's faces.
Just a fact. A person I probably haven't talked to in like 15 years. Just being realistic.
Eh, you should still remember everybody. I feel like it's rude to
I
forget
don't.
people. Um,
It's just natural.
yeah, it looks like Xbox Live is trending. Xbox Live is down. Yeah, Xbox Live. So as of the recording of this podcast on the 31st at about 11 p.m. EST, it looks like it is down. There are a ton of people posting on it about it being down. So I'm not sure what's going on.
As long
It
as they don't
says,
have a Sony style leak.
yeah, I mean, it could be,
Sony's so bad
that.
about that.
Yeah, dude, it's like expect to have your information given away if you have a PlayStation console.
Don't put it on there.
It says Xbox Live is down and I need internet connection to play this single player game. Somebody said.
Yeah, I know that's the other problem with crap like that. I'm like, I shouldn't need
Yeah, you can't
internet
even.
connection for a single player game.
Xbox Live is killing me right now. I just want to play modded Fallout. Somebody said.
You shouldn't need to be able to. You shouldn't need an internet connection. You should just be able to log in and play. And
So
you only have the mods that are downloaded.
it looks
But
like outage report is saying it. As of the recording of this, it will have been out for about roughly an hour and a half, and so it's still out. It looks like. Um,
so we take hot takes.
some
This is the death of Microsoft's Xbox. It's over. It's done. Xbox Live never coming back.
I hope not, man. I don't
No, it'll
particularly
be
want
up.
any of the consoles to fail. It'll be back up
I'm sure
anytime.
it'll be back up by tomorrow morning at the latest.
Oh
Because
yeah,
I have no idea what's actually
they'd be
going
losing
on.
money. They need to get those
For a few hours,
subscriptions.
not really.
Dude, yeah, they would. I wonder how many in 1 hour, how many times they sell Xbox Live or Game Pass. Like because you need it
Considering
for
they
so
sell
many
them in
games.
like 1 to 3 months is like the minimal increment you buy them in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like how every single day, how many people are
I don't think it's as high as
resubscribing?
you'd think.
Well, you
But
get
I don't
30
know.
days for a subscription, so I feel like there's got to be a lot of people every day that are paying for it, if that makes
I don't know,
sense.
maybe it is. I think if you're getting the 30-day subscription,
You're paying
not the
for it
smartest.
again, and
No, at a minimum, is you should be going for the 3-month subscription.
yeah,
Ideally, you'd want to do the 1 year.
you want to do what
You
saves
save
the
more
most
money.
money. Yeah, but
Yeah, so you're gonna go after the 1 year. It's more upfront, but if you just buy 1 month, you just spend like
here's why
$100
I
more
don't
over
do
the span
that.
of the year.
Here's why I don't do that anymore because both of these I will stop paying for the service when there's not something up that I want to play and resubscribe when there's something that I do need the internet access for again.
Fair
So
enough.
like,
I don't have because I don't have an Xbox account, but I've got PlayStation account because I have a PS5 and I
you're
play
one of
semi regularly.
you're one of
But
those guys
I
with the
do the
PSN account.
you have to play on PlayStation. I've had a PlayStation since the
You su-
PS4 came
you support PSN
on the
restrictions.
PC. No, if a game requires PSN on Steam, I'm not linking it. On a matter of principle, I won't play a
Absolutely,
game or link it.
I agree with you.
At that point, I'll just play it on my PlayStation because it's not a problem. But
That's the way to do it. Okay, what?
you brought that up, and now I completely lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I don't know where we were even heading. Topics, right?
I hate you so much right now. I completely
I'm
lost
sorry.
where I was going. You
Don't
brought that up, and I don't even know. Yeah.
hate me today. Hate me
Okay. Well,
tomorrow.
yeah. No,
Do you remember that song?
I don't.
You don't remember that song? Oh,
Not
what?
with you singing it.
Oh, Jesus. Just to let you guys
You-
know, if you're a big enough Metroid fan, there is a sealed copy graded at a 9.5 on eBay right now for about $3,000.
Waste of money.
I
Are you gonna play?
I
the
think it's
game?
all. I think there is a whole scheme behind that entire thing of the
I think
grading of the
rating's a
games.
waste of. I've got a games because I want to open it and play the game. I think $3,000 is just crap. I think the whole
It's like,
rating video games is stupid. Personally, that's my own opinion.
well, yeah,
I get
because
a
it's
game
something
because I
that you
want to
have to be
play it.
interactive with. But you could say the same.
Yeah.
I've heard people that justify their stance on comic books too, on how it's just as silly when you're supposed to open up and read it. It's interactive in that way.
All right. So you're gonna spend a lot of money on it. It's gonna sit in a piece of plastic and
It makes
slowly
no
decay over
sense.
time until it's worthless.
The only thing that I
What are you
can
gonna
say
resell it?
about the only thing I can defend about this is that for long term, having that cardboard around long term, that there is a good aspect to having some of these out. This is very, a niche of a niche, right? So
Yeah.
there's not that many out there, but we at least do have some that are protected accurately to not incur damage because most of these boxes are corroded and just not around. They're
It doesn't matter how much
Metroid
you
is
protect it,
very
it's gonna
hard to find box.
it's gonna decay over time. Like it's just gonna decay. Like there's no
Well,
preserving cardboard that long.
there is if you got a temperature controlled environment and you've got it protected like this, there you can. I mean, like significantly potentially, like people have talked
But
about
why are you
several
spending
hundred
that much
more
money?
years.
Is this like an investment? Because
Investment, 100%.
who's gonna say in 5 years
Stop.
that drops and you just lose a lot of your money?
I think that because it's been going back up for graded games, I know I semi keep
Sorry,
up with some of the reports on this stuff. So a Castlevania just sold not long ago, and now broke like the record for one of the most expensive. It was like I forget how much, so much money. It was.
Rated games are such a scam. It's not nothing but a scam.
I think it. I
I bought a
personally think
game that's in a piece
Iwata
of
behind
plastic
the company behind
that I
starting
will
it is
that I will
legitimately
never.
is a scam. Like I think
No, I'm
it's
just saying.
there's more behind. I think that they have a lot to do with some of the sales on eBay. I think that they are the ones doing a lot of those and jacking those prices up and up and up and
It
up.
drives them business.
It
But
just
it's like
drives the
I got a
business.
game that's in a piece of plastic that I'm never gonna play.
There might be
What's the damn
money
point?
laundering behind a lot of that when they're selling, for over $1 million. Like there's got to be
If you want to
some.
money launder, go to a casino. It's real easy.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it, but I'm just saying there's something going on there.
Well, buy out a politician. Get
Yeah.
classy. That's what I'm saying.
That's what, and you know what? What sucks about this is like I legitimately wanted to be able to eventually focus again on getting a full Mega Man collection. And for me, it's like, I don't really want to get any of those games because I got a better way to play 1 through 6 on several other platforms. So like I
Significantly cheaper.
and I've got the EverDrive. So like for me, it's like kind of redundant. But those are very, very, very important, obviously, to a Mega Man set. And to me, there would be no reason for me to get those loose if I would not even be playing those specific ones because of I mean, the EverDrive's like you got everything on there. The cheats, you've got saves, you got everything. There's literally no reason to go back to that original cart for me. And then now, Switch. I've got 3DS. I think I have a PS4. So it's like, it sucks because like those are very expensive. The Mega Man games, I think it's 4 and 6 are like very expensive. Just like
I'm all for game preservation, but that's not like that's just greed at that point.
I think it, yeah,
I think preservation
sucks.
has to come in the only legit preservation is in the it's essentially digitally saving the game.
Yeah, I
I
mean
want to say
that's
forwarding,
obviously
but
the
that's not
most
that's not the right
important
word that I was
part.
thinking of.
With the
But
ROMs,
emulation.
yeah,
Emulation is
emulation,
really the
yeah.
only way for game preservation in an affordable way that actually makes sense.
And that's the other thing, like people that want to go back and experience their childhood, it's like unaffordable to do that. If those games aren't
Yeah,
available on something,
if you don't make at least $10 million a year, you can't afford any of these games.
I mean, I can tell you right now, it's the reason I haven't bought a single retro game in quite some time. It's been a while, and like
You
before I
know
was
what?
picking up stuff and Facebook Marketplace, and like I still do here and there, but I don't think I've gotten a single new retro game. And this might be the longest in like all of my adult and teen years that I've not gotten one. I think in like
It's no
six
longer
months.
affordable for
It's
the average
it makes
person. It's
no
just not there
sense.
anymore.
It
But
makes
you
no
know what?
sense to me.
If I won the lottery, I know what I would do now. I'd buy as many of these graded games as possible, and then I'm popping them open
Boredom.
and just I'm a live stream. I'm just gonna destroy the
You
box.
would
I'm gonna
get
be a dick.
you could grow a channel real quick doing that. Today we're opening up
Oh
this
yeah,
one. This one's 30
single like my
grand.
goal is to destroy this
You could do
BS lie of graded
you can
games.
do graded or graded destroyer. That's your channel name.
Oh my god.
I
Like
love it.
I fundamentally disagree with getting greedy off of nostalgia and all this other crap.
I know I hate
I
it.
think
I mean,
it's such a
now that
scam.
whole here's one. This has nothing to do with games, but that whole like emo era revival where they're like having those big festivals with like all big like emo bands and like the tickets are unaffordable and like super it's like I can't remember what I saw, but Punk Rock NBA did a video on it. It was something like $1,800 for you to be there all 3 days, have access to
Unless you're like a
everything.
unless you're like a trust fund baby, you ain't going.
Who can afford that for not? I mean, just a weekend basically. I mean, that is crazy.
There's a word for that for trust fund kids who just pretend to be poor.
Yeah, there is, and I can't
I
think of
can't
the
remember what it's
word.
called.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, oh, I can relate to
Uh,
you. I get it. I didn't get very many
I'm a
games either.
hippie with my $10 million a year, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna dress and act like I'm broke.
it's always like the hippie angle with it. It's all because they want to smoke and stuff like that. That's
I'm
what
gonna
it's for.
role play communist revolutionary.
Oh Lord, I don't know about all that. Uh,
It's the same crowd, same people.
I was looking on here a couple other. So Castlevania 64, there's one that sold for it's graded at a 40 out of 100, so a 4.0 out of 10, and sold for
Looking for it.
$490. Yeah, what I mean,
People are so
it's super
stupid. What a
faded. It doesn't look
what a
good.
waste of money. I'm sorry.
The
Like, yeah,
orange
it's
box
nice to
on
have these cardboard.
360, $265.
You can crucify me for saying this. But this is how I feel about it. If I really wanted a cardboard box of a game I used to play as a kid, reproduction is a million times cheaper, and
Etsy,
nobody that you know is honest to God gonna care outside of those 10 people on the internet
yeah, the
that
people
either
that you're
have a lot of
trying to
money and buy
impress.
it, or those people on the internet that this is what we need, but I can't afford it. Nobody really cares about my opinion. It doesn't matter. It's literal cardboard.
I mean, here's the debate with that though, right? The debate that a lot of people are going to give you is cards. Graded cards have been around for, I mean, since before we were born, right? And they've been around for baseball cards and those, and that's cardboard too. I mean, it's just paper.
Yeah, that's just a hobby. I'm sorry. Sometimes
Like,
it's not worth the money.
but are
Like
graded cards okay? Are people grading cards to preserve them okay? Because it's still just it's
I
the
don't think
same
it's
thing
preserving.
as
I think I'll say this. I have Pokemon cards. I don't care how much they're worth. They're for me.
Right.
And you know what?
That's how it should be.
I'll just as well throw it in the fire than just to stick it to you, because fundamentally, no, I think it's stupid.
I no, dude. I'm with you. I'm
And
glad that you feel
it
that way
eventually
because
drives a market up to a point where regular people can't afford it.
like
So what's the
this.
point?
I would love to be able to own and wear this, a Breaking Bad Walter White prop, $11,000, $11,050 for this. It's certified authentic for him wearing it on the set.
It's cool, but like, how many people, honest to God, really would actually care? Like,
So-
oh, that's cool. We'll talk about it for 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna go do something else.
I mean that would be like the case. It's like let me show it off to the internet. Like I did a thing. I spent a lot of money on
I
it.
have a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm rich.
That's well,
Sucks to
or
be
they're
you type
not,
thing.
or they're not. They're spending all their money on stupid stuff like that to impress the internet.
Which is not gonna
I don't.
gain
That
value
gets you
as time goes
nowhere.
on.
It gets you nowhere in life. I'm telling you. All right. What else we got on discussions?
Being toxic in a video game, a real problem.
Being toxic, like multiplayer, online multiplayer, or
Yeah, I brought that there because I gotta find the article. There was an article about people talking about it. I don't remember where I put it.
hmm.
Oh no, it's Valorant. So this is the article's further down the road, but Valorant taking action against toxic players. So apparently they're cracking down on toxicity with new policies and measures, including expanded voice chat monitoring and increased in manual reviews. So apparently Riot is trying to end being toxic online, which I think is the stupidest thing possible. First of all, that's just the nature of doing business on the internet. People are going to be mean to you,
Yep.
to get under your skin, to make you make a mistake.
You shouldn't
That's
be
just
on the internet
competitiveness 101.
if you can't handle it, because
But
unfortunately,
I just think
that's how it is.
it's something you're never gonna get around it. People are gonna be assholes to each other on the internet. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah, I
It's
mean
a
that's
waste
what
of
I'm saying.
money
Like
and
you shouldn't.
just being weak.
If you're going on to make your little Reddit circle there, like be like, oh man, I wish I had that. You know, it's just I would say there's like absolutely nothing you can do about it, and I think that we dealt with like the worst era of that with the 360 and PS3. It will never be worse than that because all of that
But I
stuff
don't
is
think
like out the window now that like we were being called and
this
it was
isn't gonna
said.
fix the problem. If
No,
anything,
this
it's just
does
gonna
nothing.
it's gonna drive your player base down eventually as you ban a bunch of people. And what somebody considers toxic, somebody else would be like, that's just trash talk. Like, get over it.
I mean,
There's a reason Dota 2 is such a popular game, and it arguably has some of the most toxic player base out there.
I
And
can't speak to that because I don't
they
know
don't care to
crap
do
about
anything
it.
about it. It's the nature of doing business on the internet. Like, people are gonna say and be mean to you.
I mean, do people,
Like, they've
they're
been
gonna,
doing this from the dawn of time.
yeah, this is always been a thing. This is how, the alpha and betas develop, and or you probably can't even say that anymore, can you? Is that like a
Who
no?
knows? I have no idea. No, but I say this. I'm like, should people not be assholes? Not really, but
People are always going to
people
be
are
assholes.
gonna act like that.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I'll just say this, because I'm like, yeah, cyberbullying is a thing, but I'm like, a lot of it can be ignored, especially once you're like, I get the whole high school angle. It's kind of hard to escape, some people, but like, if you're on an online game, one, just stop playing the game. Two, stop being involved in the in-game in chat. Just don't be in the game audio, the text and the audio. Is it perfect? No, but unless you're playing with people that's just something you have to expect and deal with. Trust me, I can get very toxic when I play multiplayer games, but it's usually in response to somebody else. But I mean,
yeah.
it's just the nature when you bring anonymity to the internet. Even without anonymity to the internet, people are just gonna be. It's like, I don't know you, I'm never gonna see you.
There's
I'm
always
just gonna
going to
be a dick to
be
you.
there's always going to be keyboard warriors, and it's the same thing with people behind a controller. Like there's always going to be those people that you just kind of got to deal with in life, and there's not anything you can do
Yeah.
about it. This is going to happen at work, this is going to happen at school, this is going to happen in every aspect of your life, trying to eliminate that and make there be like absolutely zero
And I think there's
things you
other
got to deal with in
cultural.
life, it's not
I think there's
good
like
for you.
I
It's
think
like
there's other.
homeschooling. I don't like that
Yeah,
because you need to have that
I
interaction. Every
disagree. I disagree with the concept when it comes to homeschooling. I've known plenty of people that are homeschooled and are perfectly fine. You can be
No, you
socialized when it
can't.
comes to homeschooling
You
just fine.
you can't. Well, listen, I've had enough experience with a lot of people that have, been homeschooled their entire time, all the way through high school, and how just either they go one way or the other. Like you usually aren't down the middle as like just a good person.
That's on the
Um,
parents not parenting property when it comes to
well,
homeschooling.
you can't say that
No,
it's
you can
good for
still socialize.
everybody because it's not.
It can be good if it's done
For
properly.
I don't think
One,
it's
get
good for
out. You could
everybody.
still do sports. That's a thing as well, and get out and do a club. Obviously, the concept of like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, or any of those other clubs are different than we were a kid. But there's other things you can do to get out. And if you live in a community, you probably know kids around. Go outside, play.
I
Make friends.
think
There's other ways to be social about it with other people,
I think
and you
it's a
don't
cop
need to
out.
be in a. No, it's not. You don't need to be in a government indoctrination facility to be
None of
socialized.
it's good. The online homeschooling stuff isn't. They give you the same thing. I mean, it's.
Disagree.
Have you done it? Do you personally know all the curriculum and
Personally
everything?
know people that homeschool and their kids are perfectly socialized because they know how to raise kids to be social, both with adults and other kids their age. It requires you to be an actual parent and not just be lazy. I think you also need a proper family structure, which doesn't exist in the
I
U.S., where it's like,
I don't.
you've got,
There's a lot.
family, parents, grandparents. So you get multi-generational households, or at least communities that help, raise children as well. It's a whole other social discussion we get into
Well,
when it comes
that's
to
like
crap like
that.
that.
Yeah, that's. I did
But
want
I don't
to
know when it
say.
comes to the state. All I want to say is when it comes to the state of public schools, I think homeschooling is a far better alternative. But
Okay.
that's a personal opinion. We could talk about this for like another 2 hours.
Toomba. I just wanted to say this real quick. I know we might have more discussion. Toomba Special Edition is coming to PS5 on August 1st. And it looks like the creator Tokuro Fujiwara discusses the side scrollers enhancements and PlayStation heritage. This is if you're not aware of this, there's two of these games. A very expensive PlayStation 1 game. Like I don't know, at least
What's the
a few years ago it was
what's
going
the game
around
again?
$800. Toomba, Tomba, and then exclamation point.
Yeah,
It's a very
dude.
expensive
Oh,
game.
PlayStation. It definitely screams like '90s Japan.
Yeah, it does. It's got that old anime aesthetic to it. But also with a lot of American influence to it. Like you can see some of that in how it doesn't just straight up look like, one of, yeah, I guess at the time very
It looks like
popular
it's
Dragon
really
Ball or sort
weird
of
looking, like 3D CG in this game.
it doesn't take you out of the experience like you would think that would, and if this didn't sell at all, which is why it's so expensive now. It just
I
didn't
can tell just by looking at
there,
it.
but it did sell enough to get a sequel apparently, because that's also expensive. But Toomba and Jersey Devil are two of the many like very expensive. And we talked about Jersey Devil before. That I think that was the first game I
Yeah.
brought up for the retro spotlight. So yeah, just wanted to say it. That's cool, and I would definitely be grabbing that. So people looking to be able to play that game, that's we were just talking about it. $700-800 game right there. Be able to play it for $5 on your PS5 is and they did a bunch of enhancements to it as well. So I'm excited to see what that actually looks like in person on the PS5. Like that particular
Are they
art
just
style.
re-releasing it, or is it like a remake from the ground up?
No, they there's an article on PlayStation. Like PlayStation published a tweet today, or like an actual like article today on their blog, talking about what they did with the creator, but it's a special edition. They did enhancements to the gameplay, aesthetic, I think frame rate as
It's like a
well.
it's like a remaster then pretty much. You say
Perspective,
special.
uh, you get a mix of 2D sprites with perspective shifting 3D environments now, and they said why, and he talks about the 3D technology mixed with the 2D principles and why they went that route and stuff. So if you want to check that out on their blog, it's a good long read. So it's
Fair enough.
cool stuff. I think when it's a super expensive game, bring those out, make those accessible. People always get mad at me when I see that because they want their stuff to stay worth the amount that it goes for, it sells for. They're like, this is going to bring it down. If it's accessible now to like the general public who
Sorry.
would never go on the internet to
Should
get
be
a
all
game.
for. If you're buying it for an investment, then you're buying games for the wrong reason.
People get mad at me all the time when I'm like, I bring all of these. Bring all of these games to the current system. I want people to be able to play them because that's what
the point of
it's
the game
for.
is to be able to play it. If you're buying this because you want the price to go up, you're part of the problem that we kind of already talked over. Like I think you're 100% in the wrong, and I would do everything I could to make you lose your money because I think you're part of the reason why retro gaming or these old games are so damn expensive.
Yep.
People that just want to go back and play a game.
I completely agree with you. I mean, I can't disregard anything you just said. I'm with you.
It'd never be worth more than the MSRP. Sorry, that's just how I feel about it.
Well, here's a good example. Metroid Prime Hunters. As soon as the stuff came up to be able to like play online, with the whole how they do it, they're running it through their own like server essentially. You got to connect that server. As soon as that was made accessible, the game of that, the price of that game shot up, and is still up there. I mean, it was like during 2020. It may have went down some since then. Let's go for almost $80 during that when everything was jacked way up, and I'm like, that is crazy. I don't know how much it's going for now.
At the time, you couldn't play online, which is like the bulk of the reason to buy the game.
It's going for about the same price. There's one on here for 67. So I think, I mean, that's more than a new game. That should definitely be down there. You know what I'm saying? I think it's
should be under $100 at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. But what else do we got?
Are you ready to move into the topics?
We can move into whatever.
Yeah. Can I keep the train moving on for a second?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess
try not to fall asleep here.
Yeah. Heading up, I guess, my anime corner real quick before we do Brandon's game. All right. So for this week, I kind of figured out what I wanted to do, but I assume you remember a show called Outlaw Star back on Toonami.
I do. Yeah.
Really, really well known, popular show. Nothing surprised. I remember how long I bought it fairly. I want to say recently, but the past like 9 years. The old anime collections on this.
That's cool.
From Bandai when they still Bandai Entertainment actually physically sold anime. Really old school with the thick plastic.
They don't. Yeah, I kind of like those cases. I also kind of don't because they stick out so much.
But their time of the era, and unlike the old ones, if you actually open it up, it's actually got that thick plastic. So the cheap ones,
I hate those
Blu-ray ones. They just
very
fall
cheap
apart so easy. It actually holds the DVDs in there.
I hate the eco-friendly Blu-ray cases.
They're so poorly designed.
The ones where they got a bunch of holes in it, so there's less plastic used. I'm like,
there's no protection at all.
Like, how much are you taking away from? What is this really doing here? They just put a bunch of holes all over.
The point of it's to protect.
That's to save them, save money.
And other things.
They want
That's really what it comes down to.
They want to save on that plastic cost.
Yeah, even though plastic dirt cheap, so I don't really get it.
These companies, man, when one of those, I sell for $7, and you got to pay Walmart plus pay your employees, like, they're probably trying to cut every corner they can.
No, fair enough. But for those that don't know, takes place where Gene Starwind, the whole, you can call him the jack of all trades guy, with a partner named Jim Hawking. They've got their own essentially agency where they just take on any kind of whatever job they need to get by.
No way, stop.
Run across a woman named Hilda, or is it? I believe her nickname is Hot Ice Hilda.
No way.
I think that's her nickname. She shows up with a job for a request, kind of hide her background and stuff like that. The mysterious and motley crew. They seek out a legendary.
What's it called? I don't remember.
Based off the description that I pulled, I thought it was funny, so I copied it down. They called it Starwin's mysterious and motley crew seek out a legendary outer
Oh, that's
space trove
hilarious.
treasure called the Galactic Ley Line,
I
which has
love
to
it.
deal with the ultimate power. I think that description is kind of stupid. Realistically, I
It
wouldn't call
doesn't
them
tell you.
mysterious.
Doesn't tell
Uh,
you much.
but throughout like the first half of the show, you pretty much come down with your core cast of characters. You got Gene Starwin, which is your main character. Jim Hawking, his partner, significantly younger. He's an adult. Jim's like a 12-year-old kid. I think Gene's like early 20s, late teens, somewhere in there.
It's like Ash being 10 for
Yeah.
20
They
years.
run across, well, when they run across Hot Ice Hilda, you run across a character named Melfina, which she's like a not a bio android, but like a biohuman.
She's like,
Because she's mysteriously tied to this galactic ley line, but she's like a human, but she has some mechanical, or she was like manufactured in such a way that she can interact with certain technology and stuff like that. And then, well, I guess while I was on this case, while like I had it pulled somewhere, while Joss Whedon said he wasn't inspired by Outlaw Star to create Firefly, he read a book called The Killer's Angels because
Gil
this show
Wheaton?
technically came out before it, because it came out in 90. Is it 99? No, it came out in 98. The scene where you first run into Malfina, she's in a essentially like a suitcase that pops open and it takes like 300 seconds
I,
for her to revive and
I,
she's naked in this box. The same thing with Firefly, where he claims it's
yeah,
not true, but it's a shot for shot remake of
that's
Outlaw
wild.
Star.
I didn't know that. That's wild. And
Yeah.
that's one of those absolute like cult. They would do anything to bring Firefly back or from
There's
not being
there's a
canceled.
handful of things where you see Firefly and Outlaw Star, both great shows in their own right, where there's definitely some inspiration drawn that he's
Did
never
not know
officially
that.
said it, but it's like, at least in this scene specifically, you watch and you're like, there's no way he did straight either inspired by it or straight ripped it off, because it's the same concept, just in a slightly different way. But there's also met with Aisha Clan, who is, she's like the only non-human character. Well, she's not the only one, but it's part of the crew that's like non-human. I can't remember the actual species she's part of. I didn't pull that information, but she's part of like a cat-like race that has super strength, especially with the power of a moon and stuff like that. And then a assassin called Twilight Suzuka joins the party. And then most of the show, or at least the first half of the show, kind of deals with a little bit of the episode of the week type thing. I don't want to call it the monster of the week. That's obviously not the right thing. But even with that uh, episode of the week type mentality, there's still like this underlying series of, hey, we got to figure out the whole the galactic ley line type is our goal essentially. But it's really like the last third of the show, obviously, where it really ramps in and it's like, all right, hey, we're going headlong into, let's actually move the plot forward type thing, instead of just, doing what we need to do to get by. And obviously it can at times remind you of Firefly. There's a lot of resemblances while people, keep bringing it up and stuff like that. Uh, but it's definitely hard to not see the resemblance if you watch the shows back to back at times. Uh, but it came out from January to June back in '98. It's your standard adventure, space opera, space western.
Yeah.
I think those definitely play into it great. It's got that old Sunrise show from the late '90s. It's that old hand-drawn animation. They use there's actually a form of interesting that I haven't really seen in a show since. With their spaceships, they have what's called like a grappler ship. So it's like a spaceship, but it's got like two to four or so like mechanical arms, which either use to fire rockets or use guns in space on a spaceship. The whole concept's kind of definitely interesting. But it's
Gil
supposed to be
Wheaton.
used by, I guess you want to call outlaws to grab things or something like that. So instead of having to get out, you can grab, I don't know, something from another ship or pick something up. Essentially, I
That
could
sounds
see
like
the idea of where it's,
laziness to me. Pure
yeah, but if you need to make
laziness.
a quick getaway, it could definitely help you. Uh, but some of the other people that kind of help along the way, there's Gilliam, which is the Outlaw Star's computer. Fred Lowe, which is another character that definitely helps out our band of misfits, is what I would say.
The Motley
As well
Crew.
as, yeah, as well as Fred Lowe kind of has like I guess you want to say a crush on Gene.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely prefers to swing a different way. You find that
So
out really early in the show.
one thing I'll say
But the
real quick
main,
about the show is
yeah,
that I never like got to finish the show. This was one of those ones where I just saw a bunch of random episodes, but it did seem more
you probably could for
episodic
the
to
most
me
part.
from what I remember, where you
Yeah,
could
it's that
watch it out
thing
of order and like it would be
for them
okay.
for the most part. You can obviously there's an overall continuing story, so there's a handful of episodes. Like when he goes against the McDougal brothers,
Yeah.
like there's probably some episodes you're like obviously met before, but it's one of those things where it's like most of like the first 2/3 of the show, especially the first half, it's that week to week for the most part. There's like two episodes go together, and then it's just kind of like here's a random thing throughout the week. It's really like the last third, last about 10 or so episodes, or last 8 or so, I believe, where the main plot definitely ramps up, and then I believe it's the last 4 episodes are just straight, plot to end the series. Because obviously the main villains of it are the McDougal brothers, and then what we call the K Pirates.
The
The
what?
K Pirates are supposed to be the K Pirates
Oh, I
are
thought you said something else.
no Kei, the
Okay.
pirates, and they're supposed to have some kind of like mythical power, kind of like I don't know, you want to say wizards, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's kind of brought up the other main power they talk about is the essentially the space forces, but you're out on the frontier, so they're not really present for the most part. That's the whole it's the Wild West, one of those other
Yeah.
similarities to Firefly and stuff like that. But I think it's definitely a watchable show whether you stream it, because you can stream it right now on Hulu or buy a physical copy, because I definitely enjoy it, but it's like prime. It's a prime Toonami show. If you ever watched Toonami or something like that, that's definitely where people remember it from. It's got a 4.6 out of 5 on Crunchyroll and
Oh,
a
dang.
7.8 out of 10 on My Anime List, which I think is too low. I would give it at least an 8.5 personally out of 10 when I rated it. But that's just me. It's one of those shows that nostalgia is definitely tied into it, but I've watched it multiple times. I think it's still just as entertaining. Unlike another show that I grew up watching with nostalgia called Gundam Wing, and I also think is
That
aged
one's
very
not very
poorly. It's
good,
not a good
right?
show. That's a show that I don't think
That's the one with a lot of
rose tinted
talking.
glasses for me don't exist. It just gets worse.
See,
There's parts of it I like, but it's a show that I
I
think
like
is
Gundam Wing, but
not that good.
like there is the aspect where there's a lot less action and more on the dynamic of focusing on the actual humans
It's that
rather than the
era.
Gundam, and yeah,
It's that era of mobile suit where it's like it has to be 50 episodes long.
it
Like
is ridiculous. Like these long
the middle third,
conversations that can be cut out, and
that middle third need to be completely cut out. There's no character developments. Your main characters are all cardboard cut out. There's no character development.
yeah. Well,
I don't
they
know. I just
certainly try at least. It's one of
yeah.
those things of like having. I feel like at that point in time, because you saw with Dragon Ball and the evolution of that, all the filler episodes that they would like pad out to make these as long as they possibly could, so they were always running something on
Because it
TV.
had to have an episode every week was the
And they
concept.
make one chapter out of the manga 3 episodes because
Or it's
he's
that's
charging
where you
up for
get
two of them.
either you stretch it out or we just need to put in filler because we
Yeah,
need
let's
to
go to the
break it up because we're
hot
catching up.
tub or the beach episode.
Yeah. I'm glad. I mean, it still exists, but I'm glad a lot of shonen has started to go towards the seasonal route. Let's
Yeah,
just do 20 episodes,
I'm
wait a
with
year.
you.
That way you don't
Because
need filler or some crap like that.
it is overwhelming. Like I would love to have caught up and actually know what's going on with One Piece, but I just won't. I won't ever do it because it's just too much. I don't have that kind of time, man. It's
Surprisingly,
like
One Piece with like 1,000 episodes only has like 100 of those episodes are technically filler. But they take a lot of those. They'll take one chapter from the manga, and that's a full episode. So they just drag a single chapter out at times.
yeah, they do.
And
I
once you
like
get
they've
later in the
literally
series,
made like one chapter 4 to 5
it's definitely a
episodes in
series.
Dragon Ball Z.
I think One Piece is one of those you're better off just reading the manga than the actual anime. You'll catch up
Yeah,
a lot faster.
I mean, I it's the
But that's
same
like
thing. It
prime.
still takes time.
That
I mean, I
that's
would
like what you remember from like the big three era of One Piece, Naruto, and
Bleach.
Bleach. I don't know why I
I
blinked on that name.
I
It's the
love
one I never
Bleach.
really got into.
Love
Because I finally
Bleach.
got around to
I
fully
think
watching Naruto and Naruto Shippuden.
the older that I've gotten, the more I appreciate Bleach out of all three of those because it is just way more violence. very adult oriented. Like this was definitely not made for kids. Unlike
The
Naruto, where
problem
it's
with
like this is it. This is it. They kind of wanted to not be a shonen Bleach, and like you could feel that in like a good way. Like they kind of didn't want to be
yeah,
categorized with.
except the problem with the anime where it's like by episode 2 or 3 you're already into filler. Like it's not a good sign with the show.
See, I don't
It's
even remember
terrible.
filler that quick, but it wasn't
But
nearly
there
as
is
bad as Naruto though. I mean, Naruto
at
has
least
so much filler that it's on even
at least
Shippuden,
it's
man.
section. Unlike Bleach, it's sectioned out. The problem is like the last 90 episodes of Naruto are all
All
filler
filler, all filler.
because they needed the manga to get far
Yeah,
enough ahead.
yep.
And then Shippuden is kind of like,
And it
10
was so
episodes here, 5
popular, they're
episodes
like,
here.
we're gonna have an episode every week for you.
I think if you need to have filler in Naruto, at least in the first half of Naruto did it right. Shippuden, the filler is all over the place.
Yeah,
And then there's a problem because I you have to watch a guide because it's like they mix in canon with filler in Naruto. It's like,
make it very
hey,
confusing.
in the
Yeah,
span of 10 episodes, these 2 episodes have like a 60-second scene that's technically canon that's just randomly thrown in there.
yeah.
And if you don't know, when it comes to anime, canon means uh it's based
It's
off the
actually
manga.
it's actually the
The
real
filler
story.
means the plot doesn't actually move forward. It's just anime only
Well,
episodes that have
there
nothing to do with the plot because if it did, it would affect the story and it would deviate from where the manga is
there
because the
was
manga
some
didn't
of
take
that though.
these side stories
There
into
is some of
account.
that where the anime purposely, takes its liberties to make it different. And like the filler kind of isn't really filler, but it's still kind of it is in the technical terms of not being in the
Well, that's like
manga.
the first. That's full. That's like I compared Full Metal Alchemist to
And
Brotherhood. Essentially,
Inuyasha
they're the
did
same
that
thing.
where there would be a lot of that's another one where there was a ton of filler, but like the anime is so different from the manga. Like they were going in a different direction
Which
with
what
the
with Full Metal Alchemist?
no Inuyasha.
Oh, see, I don't like that. Just stop. Just take a break. You don't need weekly
But
episodes.
this was the time when they wouldn't do that. And like
That
you
was from
look
like
at like
they did that
Cartoon
from like
Network and some of theirs were like, crazy amount of episodes too. And yeah,
yeah.
it's
But that's
different. It's episodic for almost all of it, but there's a
you
lot.
can pretty much when it comes to anime, that weekly thing was like a thing all the way back from like the late 70s up until like the
Crazy, man.
2010s when they started going away from it finally.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
you're
they still
right. I
do
mean,
it.
technically, we're gonna get ready to talk about it in a minute, but technically, Astro Boy, if you want to go back to really like the beginning, did the same thing. There was a ton of filler
Yeah.
for that. Ton of filler. I mean, all kinds of stuff, and that had multiple different iterations as well. And
Oh yeah.
but yeah, I mean, like it
Do you
didn't
want to transition
follow.
right into that?
Yeah, I guess we can go ahead and do that. So this week I picked Astro Boy Omega Factor. So I played this game. What's interesting about this game is it's developed by Treasure. So you're aware of Treasure back in the day, right? Like they made a lot of really good stuff.
Sounds so
If
familiar.
you looked it up, yeah, you would know the symbol. You would recognize the symbol. Um, it was published though by Sega. It was also developed by Hitmaker, which I'm not aware of them. But Treasure was a really big company, and publisher and developer. Um, but it was released August 18th, 2004. It was GBA exclusive, and kind of the premise the game begins with Tobio Tenma being killed in a car accident. A grieving Dr. Tenma brings him back to life as a robot, and that is literally like pretty much the story that you get for the game. And it's there isn't a lot of story to Astro Boy, really. It's kind of those ones where like, yes, it's uh, technically an anime and a manga, but it's almost more like much more Americanized than like most of that stuff. Kind of like Speed Racer. It's one of those ones where like it is it's an anime and a manga, but like there's been so many different iterations of this that you would never call this like a, you know what I mean, where it's just very
Yeah.
Americanized. It's very serial, so that episodic type deal. Um, and so basically, it's like a beat 'em up game. You got a bunch of different powers you get to use. I specifically remember the boots, where you kick with the boots, and he's using the rocket blaster. Um, but yeah, it's basically just a beat 'em up. It's really fun. I think that the GBA did a lot of beat 'em ups right, and it was a genre that was really, really big for the GBA. For some reason, so many games took the route of that, but this one did it right. Totally underrated game. And like I was looking up to, I was like, because I brought up a game, the other week where like it was reviewed really poorly, but it was a game like I was, I felt was really good, or not really good. I liked or had some sort of attachment to. I looked this up. I mean, people are getting this 10 out of 10s, and like it's got, apparently it is a GBA hidden gem. I didn't know it was like that much of like an underrated game. I figured it just wasn't popular because it was kind of like this Astro Boy show. I want to say was the most popular. Uh, well, that's not entirely true. This was a pretty popular iteration. I mean, I had toys for this and everything. Um, this specific iteration of Astro Boy, he's been done so many times. I mean, he goes all the way back to like the 40s. I want to say it might be. It's
at the very
very
least the
early,
50s. He's pretty old.
very early.
It's
Anime,
like one of the
yeah.
really early animes. Though I never got into Astro Boy.
I always liked it, and the reason I liked it is it very much reminded me. This iteration specifically, I think, was trying to do it, but Mega Man. It just gave me Mega Man vibes. Really liked
Mega Man
it.
ripped off Astro Boy.
I mean, like, yeah, you could technically sort of, but the original series wasn't like Mega Man. That's why I said we're like,
Yeah.
this was a very Americanized show. Even with the anime, like, it did not feel so Japanese, black and white anime. Like, it's, I went back and watched some of that. I'm not necessarily saying that like I'm nostalgic for that because I didn't like watch all of it. But I've definitely gone back and watched episodes. I've done the same with Speed Racer too. Stuff I didn't see because I did watch that one on Boomerang, and then I want to say it was on Toonami for a period of time, or maybe like kind of here and there too. Because I feel like I watched it there first, and then it got put on Boomerang or something like that. I can't remember.
Sure, it was on both.
Yeah, uh, it is one of those ones that was like I didn't even know it was an anime the first time I saw it because I was so young. Same watching like Astro Boy and Speed Racer. Didn't even know what anime was. Yeah, you know what I mean. I saw it before, whatever.
Technically, any kind of animation's an anime, but
Yeah, technically
you
are
know
right.
technicalities
Yeah.
to slang.
So it looks like the original 112 chapters came out from holy crap, from 52 all the way to 68. The original series ran for that long.
Long time.
So basically that's why I said very Americanized, where it was like this can go on forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It probably didn't have a lot of competition as well, which probably helped.
And you look at like some of these manga covers and like it does not look anime-ish at all. To me, like the eyes, that really old school anime is there, but like the general design looks like a Disney film.
I feel like that makes sense because what was the big thing at the time? Comic books and Disney were dominant even back then.
Yeah,
you think of like post-war Japan, essentially is what this came out of.
Yeah.
So probably had a lot of imports of comic books and
right.
old Disney, and then from there it's splintered off into their own thing. I'm pretty sure there's some truth to that. I just don't remember exactly how much.
Funny enough, Dark Horse Comics published the English translation of this series in 2002. So yeah,
about the time that they started bringing it back over, especially on Toonami and the later Boomerang.
Yeah. So this was a very early one. I don't remember Speed Racer came out before. I want to say it was still after. But yeah, it's funny. Both of these have gotten like big blockbuster movies that have flopped. Like Astro Boy got one in like 2009 or something. That one was a CGI done or
oh yeah, so it was just
computer graphical style. Yeah, it looked terrible. And then Speed Racer got a big live action. I don't know if you remember that
one.
It's not good. Speed Racer was way before. Holy crap! 32 to 77. The original show ran that long.
I believe that's really old.
That's crazy. Yeah, 32 to 1977 as a manga series. That's wild. That's a long time, man. How do you tell that story that way? He just drives her. I don't know if you remember the episodes, but man, it's just him. He just the camera's pan on him. And he's like,
Yeah.
how interesting
Did
can
they
you
have like
make
a
that?
they have like a monkey in the trunk and
Yes.
some other kid?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that seems dangerous.
Yeah. It was wild, man.
You think of the movie? I'm trying to think of the movie. It had
It was
what's
really
his name in
bad.
it?
I can't remember if it was in that movie. But I can't recommend it whatsoever. I'm curious what like
Oh
other
yeah,
people
because
said.
it's got John Goodman in it. He's like the one dude I remember. Like you don't fit in this world at all.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know what like reviews. Oh,
You know what? It's got a 40 from the critics, but that Speed Race movie, it's got a 60% from the audience score. It's not
really?
good, but it's not completely
I don't
terrible.
remember liking it whatsoever. But I did get the Wii game for this. There was a Wii game that came out for this. I got. And
I know
it
you
wasn't
talked
a
about.
super bad game.
I know you talked about Treasure. I didn't realize this. Treasure made McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
Yeah, for the Genesis.
I was trying to be a smartass about that, but
Oh, yeah. They
no,
did they though?
no, yeah, they did.
I
Sega
thought
Genesis,
so. I thought.
93.
Yeah.
No, but there were some other games they came out with. I'm trying to remember. They came out with the Yu Yu Hakusho in '94 on the
G.
Genesis as well.
Oh, okay. Is it Mega
But they
Drive or
also
Genesis? I didn't know there was a
Sega
Genesis game.
Genesis.
I gotta look
There's
this
like a
up.
dozen of those games. But they also made the game Ikaruga, uh, really well
Oh
known
yeah,
shoot 'em up
yeah, yeah.
game.
Yeah, very
They came out on
expensive.
the Dreamcast. They came out with the Wario World on the GameCube. So
Yeah, I
totally
knew
old
about
school right
that.
there.
That one's good. That's a good game. It doesn't get talked
Yeah.
about.
There's one other one I can't remember where it's at now. I think it's Sin and Punisher. They came with one of
Oh,
those
Sin and
games.
Punishment,
Yeah, Sin and Punisher, the old one from 2000. I know they made
the
the one
64 one.
and yeah, they made the one for the Wii, but I don't think that was as good as one.
Oh, it was
The
good.
original.
It was good. It was really good. But I like both of them, and it's on Nintendo Switch Online if you want to try it. It's really fun.
I don't know if you ever played Giant Crusher on the 3DS. I think those are the last two games they made.
Giant
2014,
Crusher.
2013.
I have to look that
Yeah,
one
Giant
up.
Crusher. My bad.
Let me look that one up. Sounds familiar, but I can't think of what.
Both. Yeah. They're both 3DS games.
Giant Crusher.
Yeah.
All it's
Published
coming
by
up is
Capcom.
Elden Ring. What's the? Yeah,
It's just
it's
called
like
Giant Crusher and Giant Crusher God.
the second one's Giant Crusher God.
Yeah, it came out to the fourth. That's the last game Treasure put out. Was 2014.
It's called Geist Crusher.
Oh, that's the English translation. Oh no, I get. Yeah, this is Japan only games.
I'm like, this
Stupid.
Elden Ring keeps coming up with a weapon. That looks fun. That looks like a fun game to me. I
Another
like
game I
the
guess
custom
we never got.
Robo-esque sort of game.
Yeah.
Well, but maybe a little less that, but it looks like probably more like 3D beat 'em up, but it looks cool.
But the main one I realized was the Ikaruga game because it's a really well known shoot up. At least that I remembered.
Ikaruga, the that game
Ikaruga, yeah.
very good. Yeah, it's on the GameCube, and then it's on. I'm trying to think of where else it's accessible now. I think it got a PS4 release as well from I think limited run.
If I remember that pretty soon, I think it's on Steam as well.
It probably
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Sitting at very positive reviews with
Dude,
almost 2,000.
It's a very good game. Very good.
You
got
just think of like shoot 'em up. It's peak shoot 'em up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Very, very good. Yeah, cool stuff. Do we have anything else that you want to cover? Getting kind of late. We got a late start, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to read through a few things. We talked about that one. There was something about so it was published by Gamerant. Leakers tease a new Zelda game. The reliable insiders have leaked details about the next Legend of Zelda game after Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay.
So the alleged code name for the next game is called Edward. I don't think we know that much about it, but the code name for essentially, obviously, we know that the next. We know there's another Zelda game on the uh, coming. I don't. Sorry, my words are all over the place. But they were releasing it so at MBKKS TVHZ. I don't know, it's a weird Twitter handle. So the code name for the Link's Awakening remake was Richard. So I guess they're looking at this that maybe we're getting another remake, whether it's a handheld, like the Oracle's games, or it's another game or something like that, just based off previous naming schemes for the Switch. Uh,
Hmm.
but it's obviously we know there's another Zelda game, but based off of this leaked development title, it's thinking like, hey, are we getting another remake? It would kind of make sense based off of what you did. And we know the next mainline Zelda game is going to take, probably a good 4 to 5 years before we see it. It's assuming they use a lot of the same assets with the Tears of the Kingdom. They don't completely go off and do something brand new. Uh,
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be a little bit, but I do think that we've got another 2D Zelda probably right around the corner. And my hope is that
like
it's
something like
Oracle
what
of
they did with
Ages
Link's
and
Awakening.
seasons together in like a because those games, I'm telling you, man, like they're just so good and so overlooked. And Capcom developed those, and Capcom also developed Minish Cap, which is another. It's like a cult classic Zelda, if you will. Like
Yeah.
a lot of
So
people don't play it, but
it was also tweeted out by at Stealth40K. That the person said Midori says there's a project in Nintendo with the codename obviously Edward, which she speculates could be Zelda related because the whole Link's Awakening Richard. And they said if we actually receive Oracle of Ages and season remake, that would be that would have made this person very happy. Obviously,
yeah.
I think those are like two of the more about to say well known. So the wrong thing, like least known or played Zelda games.
Which one?
I might be wrong about that, but the seasons of Oracle and Ages,
Yeah,
they just seem to be the games that people talk the least about.
I
And that's
agree.
because they took like what a Pokemon-esque style approach to that game. It's the only games that were
Sort of.
dual like that.
You could put them together, yeah, to actually finish
Technically, you need
Ganon,
to
but
play
yeah.
both of them, yeah.
But it was
But
that
there's a
sort
lot
of
of
style where like yeah, you didn't have to, but I mean you could have a buddy that completed seasons, but
yeah, but to
they are
get that
different
true ending,
stories. They're different
yeah.
games too. It's not like Pokemon where it's just different Pokemon and that
But
stuff.
it's the only
It's
time they did that where
completely
it's like
different game.
two different games that are very similar,
Yeah.
but you needed both of them to get the actual main ending that the story's trying to tell.
I mean it was during second gen Pokemon era, so it was like yeah, they were like,
The whole
gonna
link
try
cable
it.
essentially.
Yeah.
I think they said they took advantage of the link cable with Pokemon and tried to do something unique. I don't think it was super successful, but it's definitely
Well
the only
there's
Zelda game that took that approach.
yeah, there's funny enough, there is an F1 racing game for the Game Boy, the original Game Boy that came in a big tall box. I had it. I sold it about a year ago just because the EverDrive and stuff. But it comes in a big tall box and it actually comes with a four-way link cable to play with your friend. As you can do four
Yeah.
friends at once and race them on the original Game Boy. This was an official like Nintendo accessory. It was packaged in. It's like really cool. Like that's stuff like that is I just love stuff like that.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. I think I know you mentioned it to me, but if you aren't aware, as far as the podcast you haven't seen, there's also a Legos unveiled a great Deku Tree set from The Legend of Zelda. I think it's about 50, 60 bucks, more than I would prefer to pay, but it's also Lego. Uh, but it's, I mean, I like seeing, Zelda and Lego coming together. Hopefully we get something that's a little bit more,
Yep.
800 plus
The
piece.
the problem with it here's the one problem. Every single person that I've spoke, look, I'm very excited about this.
Yeah.
I unfortunately had to pass on the NES set that I would have loved to have, the Bowser
Yeah.
set, and the Question Box set, and the Atari set. All of those because the prices. $300 for this seems
Legos are
crazy to me.
expensive.
I know, and that's
They're
why I
always
don't buy them anymore. I mean, I
because like
just
the one thing
can't.
I've really liked about Lego is their Star Wars sets are so cool, but it's like you need
It's
like
so
to get
expensive
like the
though.
like the like
The
the
Star
like
Destroyer,
the
do you remember how much that
this,
was?
oh
Dude, that was like
I
$800 or something crazy.
because my brother has a Super Star Destroyer that he put together. It's
Dude,
massive,
isn't it like
but it
something
was
like super like crazy
you're talking
expensive?
about $800 like 10 years ago
Yeah.
when it first came
I
out.
remember
Like
the
it's
Lego
so expensive.
catalogs. I used to get them in the mail because I loved
Oh yeah.
Lego. And yeah, I was like, none of this I could ever get. And like, I only ever got pretty like small stuff when it came to Lego because it's just so expensive, dude. Like, even back then, it was expensive. It's always been like this brand that gets away with just being like crazy expensive for plastic. So I don't know, but they did perfect the block where there's absolutely no problem. There's no, I guess that their claim to fame, but
Yeah.
that's my only problem. It's daggone price, man. Every person's like, man, that is way too much. Like, that's crazy, and it's still gonna sell out. It's gonna sell
Oh yeah.
out. I'm. I
Because
mean,
it's because of the name.
you still can't find the NES set. You still don't see the I have never seen the Bowser or Question Block set in person at a store. And I went looking because like I was like,
I have seen the
I've
question
seen the
block before at
NES and the Atari in
I remember
person.
seeing the question block at the Lego store up at Easton Mall. You should know where that's at.
Yeah,
The Lego
yeah,
store up there. I
yeah.
have seen it there. But I didn't care for the question block personally.
I thought
I
it
don't know
was
if it's still
super
there.
cool
It was
the
like
way
2
it
years ago
opened
when I
up,
last
but
saw it.
yeah, I think it's already going for more though, right? Because it's not, you
If
can't
it's out
get
of
it.
print,
Yeah,
probably. Yeah,
yeah.
I quickly imagine that goes up.
Yeah, I still, like I said,
But
to this day, I've never seen the Bowser or Question Block in person. So, like being
I guess
sold.
there's like about another 5 articles. I guess we'll speed run here real quick. Netflix reports that the live-action One Piece series, as its #1 viewed show in the second half of 2023, the series had 71.6 million total views with
Yay!
541.9 million hours viewed. And while I technically never finished it, I watched about the first 4 or 5 episodes.
Same
And
boat.
while I still prefer the anime, it was probably the best anime adaptation that I've ever seen.
That's still one of
It
our
was
most
very
viewed videos
respectful.
is covering that
Yeah.
before it came out. People are still watching
Yeah,
that.
it's a really well done adaptation. As much as
It's
obviously
one
stuff
of the
has to be
better ones. I'm
condensed.
not like in love
Yeah.
with it, and I haven't even finished it. I got, I think, halfway through. There's what, 12 episodes or 8? Sorry,
Yeah.
is it 8 or 12?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, one
I
of
don't have a Netflix. I don't have Netflix anymore, so it's a little
uh,
hard for me to go back and rewatch it.
yeah.
Uh,
If they're doing another season, which obviously they are,
they will.
then I
Obviously.
probably will finish it, but I may even just
I mean,
start
I
it over
guess.
because I don't even remember where.
Yeah, I guess it's good for the normies that don't actually want to culture themselves in anime, but
Yeah.
no, it's one of the few ones where it's like of all the ones like you jacked up Cowboy Bebop, which was the
I
easiest to do, but somehow
Yeah.
One Piece that gets done right, which
Still doesn't make
you
sense.
watch it, you read the manga, and you're like, I don't know how you would actually adapt this and
That
it not look like absolute
Cowboy
garbage.
Bebop was so bad I didn't even finish it.
I never even bothered to watch it.
Oh,
I knew
I
it was gonna be bad
started it.
immediately.
I started before I even like looked at anything, like heard
It
any
had a track
feedback.
record leading up
And
to it, and I waited.
yeah, it
I heard
did.
the reviews, and I was like, oh yeah, touching this.
I think if you really like Cowboy Bebop, you should still watch it so that you can see all the points
No,
of where they messed up and why. It's
just
like Dragon
it's
Ball
the whole thing.
Evolution. It's like Dragon Ball Evolution, right? Like that
Yeah.
is purely for the comedy factor. Like
I
these
made
guys
that
have.
mistake once, and I never will again.
I don't know if I've said it on here. I feel like I have, but the Dragon Ball Evolution game for PSP is a really good game. It's a really good fighting game for a really
Yeah, it's
bad
like
movie.
at one point I had the physical copy of Dragon Ball Evolution,
I did too. I did
and I
too.
threw it in the trash after I watched it.
I didn't do that.
Straight into the garbage.
I
That's how much I hated it.
actually had the Blockbuster rental edition of it. Because I worked there, and
I wonder if that's worth any money now.
I
Probably not. 'Cause
most of those
it's so
weren't.
terrible.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody.
It's
Maybe.
it's worse than the '90s Mario movie.
Oh, dude, yeah,
The live action Mario movie.
and
If
it's
you want
like
to call it, 'cause
it's like how do you get worse than now I will say
you know, the
this, the
little
Mario
dinosaur looking
movie,
thing.
I like it's one of those ones where it's so bad it's good for me now, because I watched it, I had the VHS growing up, so I watched it many times and like actually like watched it, you know what I mean, like I chose to watch it again for some reason. I mean, this came out, I was young. Oh my god. Yeah, it was torture at first, but now I can at least go back and watch the Avatar movie and Dragon Ball are ones. Man, it's like those are really tough to watch.
Definitely.
Really tough.
For those that are into a mixture of idol and mech or military shows, uh, Crunchyroll announced on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, that it's teaming up with Anime Limited to release the original Macross Plus OVA series and the Macross Plus Movie Edition compilation film on Blu-ray disc for the United States this fall. And opens for pre-orders on June 6th. So, if you're a big Macross fan, hey, it's a series that has been hard to get here in the West, but hey,
Yeah.
it's coming to Blu-ray.
I hope they
Which
do
I
Robotech next.
slapped you so hard. We had this discussion before. I can't remember. I've seen the OG SDF Macross, and I've
Hmm.
seen most of Macross Delta, but I've never actually watched Macross Plus.
I think that was the
Uh,
first one I ever watched, and because that obviously I didn't know about Macross so much later.
yeah, and then SDF Macross is the one that got butchered into Robotech, because I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
that's what happened to it. I'll never not go off of that.
You're not wrong,
But
but I
obviously,
do have that weird nostalgia factor specifically for Robotech because that, like I said, I didn't know for a long time. I don't necessarily think Robotech is bad until you realize this is just a cut up show. It's
yeah,
one of those deals. I don't think it's necessarily like super bad. You know what I mean? Like it was popular
unlike
enough.
they kept the plot mostly intact, but it's just was wholly unnecessary. But that's the
But it was,
'80s.
yeah, that's.
Harmony Gold. I'm sorry, Harmony Gold is a terrible company, but that's
I
personal.
didn't know they
But
are.
along with this, the Macross Plus, I don't know. I think it's the archives, or this is one of the ones. You can also get this pre-order. It comes with a art book that's 180 pages long, an A3 poster, and then 9 art cards. Will also come with the. I don't know if it's. I think it's the same kind of all-in-one.
Sounds like a ripoff.
Not really, but if you're big, I'm not a big Macross fan, but I saw some of the extra stuff, and I was like, I might depend on how much it actually costs.
Yeah, I'd like
Because
to
this
see how much
site,
that'll be.
actually, I'm gonna see if they link it to the actual. Trying to figure out if I can pull the price immediately, but it doesn't look like now without trying to dig a little bit deeper.
I can't show it, but I did pick up an anime. I got
All right,
my
what's that?
my neighbor Totoro for $7 on Amazon. So pick that up. I wouldn't mind having all the Ghibli films. I like them.
Yeah, so I was trying to. I just wanted a pre-order set to go live June 6th, 9 a.m. Pacific
You think
time.
it's gonna sell out because they're doing
Well, yeah, I can
pre-orders?
imagine that. Yeah,
And it's
I
a
was trying to
4K
find the actual.
Blu-ray collection or just a Blu-ray collection?
They say Blu-ray. I'm not sure if it's
Yeah,
4K.
then
I'm
it's
trying
not
to find the
4K.
price of this. I guess they
It
haven't
might be
listed it
one of
yet.
those Bandai Namco things where they don't want to tell you until it goes up.
I looked at them like it's got to be 150 $200
There
if
are
I
a
had to guess.
ton of Macross box sets though, like so. This is nothing like
Macross is a really
s-
popular
it's
series, though.
not.
It
This
peaked in
isn't
like
like
the
super special
80s,
or
90s.
anything. There's like I'm just looking at just eBay. There are a ton of variants of like box sets.
A lot of
So
them are probably Japanese versions, if I had to guess, though, because Harmony
maybe
Gold blocked a
$600,
lot of this stuff.
limited edition, complete 9
Oh,
volume.
$600? That's probably because it's out of print, if I had to guess.
Oh,
Macross is a really
100%.
popular series.
If you want
Um,
just Macross Frontier, 6 disc Blu-ray complete series, it's $104. So yeah, this series is very expensive. So they're going to
yeah.
upcharge on that because of the name.
And then we got some other news. Obviously, we're a ways out, but it was announced that we're getting a new Ghost in the Shell TV anime series in
Saw that.
2026. So, like another 2 years out. Um,
Sounds like a ripoff.
done by it's like the third or fourth incarnation of this at this point. It's being done by Bandai Namco Filmworks, Kodansha, and then Science, Saru, and then Production IG are the production committee for the series. But I'm a huge Ghost in the Shell fan, so I'm definitely excited.
Standalone
Uh,
complex.
it should be something different. The latest anime based off of the manga was the Sailor Complex 2045 that we got back in November.
You're not a true
But
fan unless you
from what
played
I
the
understand,
PS2 game, though. That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
sorry, I don't have a PS2. From what I understand, though, we don't really know any of the plot. If it's taking place off a spin-off manga or something like that. I'd like an actual adaptation to be based off the OG manga, uh, for personal reasons. But I guess ultimately when we get closer, we'll get more about it.
Yeah.
But I'm just glad we're getting
I've
more Ghost in the Shell. It's a really good franchise that I personally like.
Yeah, I used to be like a stickler where, if it wasn't like the manga, I disregarded it completely. But now
None of the
now
adaptations have been like the manga.
now I just
The
like don't
OG,
really give a crap. Like, just
yeah, but you
take
go
some
back.
liberties because I don't want something frame for frame just redone on TV
Yeah.
animated.
No, but you can get the OG manga and all in one in a hard copy. You can't really see it, but I've shown it before in some of the past podcasts.
Yeah,
Read the original manga and then watch the OG movie that really blew up its popularity. Totally different tones.
yeah,
Oh, Scary, it's crazy. But I know you. Obviously, you're a fan of Batman, right?
yeah.
I would assume you are. So the Batman Justice Buster manga ends. This year's 25th issue of Kodan Shah's Morning Magazine published the final chapter on Thursday, which I didn't even know this was a manga until they were like closing it down. So there's like a Japanese take on Batman,
I might have to
which
check
is
this
just
out.
crazy.
That there's
I'm
a
also
Spider-Man anime and manga series.
Shimizu and Shimoguchi launched a series in December of 2020 as part of a collaborative project between DC Comics and Kodanshaw's Morning Magazine. Kodanshaw shipped the third compilation book volume on August 23rd. The duo are best known for Line Barrels of Iron and Ultraman manga, which I know the second one. Don't know anything about the first one.
Yeah. Is it the Bat manga? Is that the one? Because there's
Uh,
something called Bat manga, Secret History of Batman in Japan.
no,
But
this is
that's a
Batman
book.
Justice Buster. This came out in the first volume came out in December of 2020, so
Justice
it's not that
Buster.
old. Yes.
If it has
I'm
Buster
also
in the name, it's definitely Japanese. 10 out of 10
I'm
times.
curious whether there's an actual English adaptation for this.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
A
looking
Japanese
more
take on
into
Batman.
this. Listen to whatever's happening on the first part, maybe, and then check it out. See if it's something. Because there's a Superman too, apparently, because Volume 2 is Superman on the cover. So it's not just Batman, apparently. I don't know this storyline. I don't know if it's a storyline exclusive to this manga. I've never. But
Yeah, so
it's
it looks
obviously not
like
that
the
old.
Batman Justice Buster one paperback. It looks like there's an English that came out in September of last year.
Hmm.
So it looks like you can, at least on Amazon, they're selling it, and it's in English, 160 pages. Obviously published by DC.
And is it done in the style of a manga or comic?
I'm not sure. It just says Batman Justice Buster. No, yeah, it's got the Shimizuma and Shimuguchi. It's got the same dudes on it with coding. Yeah, so it's the same one.
Oh, you can get
Hopefully it's
the
the right way.
volumes at Walmart and Target for $10.
But I don't know if they've got the third one out yet.
Paperback.
It looks like they
One.
only have the first
Well, I see
two.
volume
I don't see the
4.
third one.
I see volume 4.
They may be releasing it differently than what they did in Japan. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
But it's not like it's a super long one. But I don't know if you want an interesting Japanese take on superheroes,
I'm gonna have to look more
dip
into
your toes
this. It's
into it.
pretty crazy.
I just know you're decently into DC, but I don't want to keep too far. But surprisingly enough, Stellar Blade's the best-selling game in Japan when it came to May 13th to the 19th. It barely apparently outsold Ring Fit Adventures this past week.
What? Are you serious? That game
Yeah, so
came
this
out in
past
like
week,
2019.
Stellar Blade sold 10,935 copies in Japan. Ring Fit over the same period sold 10,536.
Why?
It's crazy.
Why all of a sudden? It's not even a new game.
Oh my god! This past week, so from May 13th to the
Mario
19th,
Kart.
because they announce these weeklies. Stellar Blade topped it. It's the only non-Nintendo Switch game of the top
Oh, I
20
believe that.
of that past week. That is great.
Switch
Blows my
is
mind
so.
sometimes.
I. They're portables, man. I'm telling you, I discovered that in
Yeah,
the
no.
PSP era with playing Monster Hunter Online.
Still
Seen
blows my mind. Mario Kart's third best
oh
selling game with like
always,
7,000.
it's always in the.
Obviously, Japan's a smaller market, so obviously the numbers gonna be
But
smaller. But
it's the same here. It's always in
yeah,
the.
Stellar Blade is selling well. It's apparently Stellar Blade up until the 19th, and it came out April 26th. So about a month, or it sold about 91,000 copies, or just over
Oh,
91,000
that's good.
copies.
Yeah, that's good. We want good
Yeah.
sales on it, so we get a sequel.
But it's just not topping American charts, it's topping Japan charts as well, even though it's a Korean game.
Yeah,
But it was a
yeah,
mixture between that, and I'm like, oh, this is the only non-Nintendo Switch game that made this top 20. That's crazy.
that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, if only the Switch was this popular here in the U.S.,
Yeah, no
it'd make the
kidding.
day.
We'd get even more stuff brought. There's a lot of Japanese exclusive Switch games that just didn't come out
Are
here.
crazy.
Tons.
Oh, you can still buy it. It's just you're gonna import it.
Yeah,
And probably not
wait,
gonna
is
be able
it?
to read the text.
Yeah, is there subtitles or what translate
Probably
English?
not.
Most of those no, but there's a ton, man. Like, yeah, somebody was showing on Facebook group because he was like one of those crazy guys that was going after every single release, PAL, NTSC, Japan, all of those.
Oh yeah,
It was like 500 and some that were exclusive to Japan. That's not counting the over 1,000 that are already out here.
that is crazy.
Yeah, it's
So like a
insane.
third of the games are Japan only on the
Yeah,
Switch.
there's so many on a lot of them. A lot of visual novels. A lot of visual novels.
Oh, I can absolutely believe that. They're relatively cheap, quick, easy
Yeah,
to make.
they're real like crap game. And we did get some of them here. They're very
them are
Japanese, like Wife
Yeah.
Swap, which is a puzzle game with, as you can imagine, a girl on the front. There's like these weird ones, man, like really strange. I can't. I'm trying to think of one. It's very hold on,
The
perky.
last one that I
Perky
played because
things. Have you
I
seen
got it on my
that?
Switch and I haven't played it in like 3 years. It's called Sakura Saddest, and it's a trash. It's a trash
Look
visual
up
novel.
look up perky little things for the Nintendo Switch. This is a real game.
Do I need to put his?
No,
Let's see,
you can
camera
go down.
browser?
You can go to the local. They have it in there. They've had it in
What's
there.
it called again?
Perky little things for the Switch.
I feel like I'm gonna end up on a list.
It's all over. It's not like expensive, but it's like ridiculous.
The first copy was a Switch Peggy 18.
Yeah.
And it definitely looks sexual in nature.
Yeah. It's anytime
30
you see the
$38.
Funbox media on there, you know it's garbage. 10 out of 10 times.
I was looking at some of the on Amazon, some of the pictures. This looks like one of those really like mid 2000s like porn games.
It looks really bad.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a game.
It-
I watched a
it
guy.
looks-
He was
This
actually
looks
streaming
bad.
it on. Yeah, it looks really bad. I can't even believe that this got
Yes.
released. But like anything can come out on the Switch, which is wild to me. Like any and everything can come out on the Switch. There are no boundaries. I feel like PlayStation has stuff guarded a lot more
Better
than Nintendo.
standards.
Yeah, dude.
Or they'd at least bury this
In the
somewhere, so
eShop,
nobody's ever gonna see it.
that Nintendo eShop, every time you go on there, you're going to see a bunch of A, garbage games, and B, a bunch of games that are not for kids. Every time.
This has Amazon's Choice next to it.
Oh,
50
God.
plus bought in the past month. What a waste of money.
Oh, man. People are hoping it's going to be worth money because it's one of those obscure, weird ones.
Oh, I just put the first. I clicked Funbox Media. The first game that popped up on it is Shuttlecock H non-US version.
Wait,
for the
what?
Switch.
What'd you
Slime
just...
Girl Smoothies.
Yeah.
So I pulled up the game on Amazon and I clicked the Funbox Media.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of the games.
Uh-huh.
Goo Party. These are all non-US versions.
Oh, yeah.
Multiverse Evil.
Yeah,
Waifu Uncovered.
there's
These
if
are
you go on the
terrible games.
Switch and type that in hentai, there are probably 100 games that will come up with that in the name. I'm not even joking. I'm not making this up. You can go on there and look. It's
Oh, here's a good
absolutely
one.
insane.
Otaku Cross Naked Remix for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh man, wow. Yeah,
And
anytime
plastic
it has
Racers Elite.
Funbox Media on it, it's garbage.
God, these all look like Vegas Party. Yeah, let's gamble with fake money.
Otaku Cross, yeah, that one came up on our website.
Time
Pretty
Management
Girls,
Game Collection.
Pretty Girls Game Collection 3 for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh my god, this is terrible. These are terrible looking games.
3 games in one. Hidden Objects Collection, Volume 4. Oh
Yeah,
man.
there's the next segment. Let's just Amazon search terrible games.
Yeah, seriously. See, find the
The whole
3
segment
like
right there.
worst games that we can, worst looking or sounding games. Bring it back next week and let's see you found the
Might as
craziest
well.
things. Yeah, I like
Try to
it.
find like the worst rated games on the Switch.
Oh man, absolutely insane. Boo party. Ah,
Customers who viewed items in your browsing history also viewed Waifu Uncovered. I've got this in my Amazon search history.
you
Next to
are now on
Batman.
a list.
It's a Waifu Uncovered, Batman 2, Generation Kill, and then with the old breed
Oh
of
man.
Okinawa.
Yeah, the reason I even know
A
about
mixture
them
of games that don't even mix.
is the
Oh
Vita.
my crap.
Like the crap they put on the Vita is just a lot of these are Vita ports over to the Switch. A lot of these
Terrible.
came out on Vita. It's crazy. There's a lot of Vita ports to Switch because they're very similar. Pretty similar systems. They're actually not super far apart. But all right. Do we have anything else for this week or
No, I think we hit most of like the main things I wanted to get through.
so be sure
We talked about a lot of stuff in the first half, so yeah.
yeah, be sure to on Mark's behalf, he recommends it. Check out Funbox Media.
I absolutely do not
They put out some
waste money
stellar
at your own-
games. We appreciate
waste money at
everybody
your own expense.
watching or listening, and we will be back again next week. I think we are going to move to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Potentially, we'll put out on social media what we're doing, but might just move to that and be more prepared next week. But there were some things that came, like there was nothing I could do about the sound. I was doing everything I can with it, and then it ended up being something like really stupid that nobody would even know to do. I mean, you know what I mean? It always is. I'm like, I haven't even opened my laptop since last podcast. I mean, after I finished, after I finished
there.
editing the podcast, it went up on Monday, and I hadn't touched it since. So I don't know, but yeah,
appreciate everybody watching. I think we forgot to say it, but hey, in the description, give us a follow on the socials. We're on X, Facebook,
Yep.
YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and TikTok. Well, as long as TikTok still exists, but
yeah, I don't know about that one. That one's might not be around next week.
time will tell. But definitely give us a follow on the subs, give us a like, a comment, a subscribe wherever you're watching this podcast at, and we definitely appreciate everyone's support.
Yep. Everybody have a good one. We'll see y'all next week if you're watching live. If not, audio will be up later.
Peace out.